everybody? Welcome to our Friday stream. How's everybody doing? There's probably nobody here. I'm talking to almost nobody, but that's okay. Oh shit, I feel so tired it's already here. What's up, buddy? How's it going? We've already got Victoria and Candy here in chat. Got lots of fun shit to talk about. We have the breakup of the century going on right now. So that's a lot of fun. It's some wild shit. And we'll definitely get into that a little bit later. And then a few other things. You know, we're going to, let's see, look at my notes. I wanted to go over Trump rescinding the Biden era policy about emergency abortions. I wanted to go over Section 70302 of the bill. Abrego Garcia, obviously, is a big thing I wanted to talk about. And now Trump's targeting California and Newsom's ready for a fight. I'm interested in that. And Trump admin looking to rehire a bunch of Doge people, which we all kind of expected was going to happen. But that's just a little preview of what we're going to be doing today. Anyway, Candy, Victoria, we can jump back into what we were talking about before if you want. Demon is Victoria.
Victoria?
She's I know her voice is a little out, so she'll pipe in when she feels she needs to.
So what we were talking about was Tony Stark, right? So in a way, yes. What he was doing was the responsible thing, but for him to be the one to do, that's where I have the disconnect. You know what I mean? I could see Captain America saying, because he was the good, he was always been, he's not the rebel type, he was always been, okay, guys, let's do the right thing. You know what I mean? But for him to be the one who had this come to Jesus moment was I don't know, I can't, the two don't match, the idea of these two. And he is right. But at the same time, you do want to work with with the government and do good, but at the same time, you know how government is going, they just want to.
I think my position on this is that it's easier for me, and maybe it's because, the way I was raised, but it's easier for me to trust a group of people decided to represent by the people and for the people than just to put my faith into individuals and say, okay, go ahead and do whatever you want. I trust you, individuals, to do whatever is right. That's difficult for me to do.
It is, okay, but let's put this in context, right? Captain America is not just any individual. Captain America saved the world 50 years ago, and then he was, right? Unfrozen 50 years later, right?
But then we've also got
Wanda, he has a reputation, right? He has a reputation of being the good guy. He was created to fight certain things. So we're not just talking about anybody. Tony Stark at that point had a reputation, and that built a reputation of being like some type of superhero, right? And yeah, there is a few odd choices, like maybe Black Widow wasn't known, and some other
Wanda
ones.
was like, not only was Wanda like a bad guy the first time we met her, later on she goes full bad. She's like totally unstable, right?
Because the Scarlet Witch, she becomes the Scarlet Witch.
And so like, it's hard for me to just trust that these people are gonna always do the right thing and do good. Where it's easier for me to see like, okay, a group of people who've been chosen, by the people as representatives, can come together and sort of make these decisions. Another thing when we were having this conversation that Daniel suggested that I think was kind of an interesting take on it that I would be open to as well, is like, instead of the panel just being made of like normal humans that are like government people, maybe have them be like former Avengers who are now retired, for example, right? Who know what it's like to be in this game, so to speak, and do this
Mm-hmm.
job, and who will
Mm-hmm.
have like the requisite experience to be able to say, okay, you know, we need you to go here. This is where you're needed, right? That might make sense to
Yeah,
me
but
too.
the whole premise of the whole thing is because they blame them for deaths
Mm-hmm.
and damage. But
Mm-hmm.
had they not been there, the deaths and the damage would have been considerably
I agree.
more.
No, I agree, and I
So
agree with
why
that,
are
and that's
why
true.
are you coming down on them? They stayed, yeah, you know,
Because that's
thousands of
not the
lives that they
part.
were lost.
That's not the part that I have
But
the issue with.
there are millions of lives. But that thing coming out from the sky from Loki's thing, if they wasn't there, they would have taken over the fucking planet. Billions of lives probably would have been lost. So
And
what?
that's
Why are you
so
coming down on them?
that's not the issue. That's not the thing that I'm necessarily focused on, because that is true, right?
That's what it was. That's what it was.
That's
Because it was like, oh, you guys are
part of it.
rogue.
Hey,
You
Cosmic.
guys doing whatever.
I mean, that's part of it, and that's how they sort of framed a lot of the
Yeah.
discussion in the movie. But I do think it's bigger than that, right? Because the way that I approach it is about, like I said, is about whether we trust a bunch of superpowered, dangerous individuals to be able to make those decisions on their own and
Right,
not
but that's
make
you individually.
mistakes
But the movie is framed
or not
on
take
the idea
advantage of that
that
situation,
that
right?
that these it's like and I because I like anime too. It's like the movie the oh fuck starts with the I. Yeah. The supers from the Disney movie The Impossible.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Incredibles.
Where the government decide you
The
guys,
Incredibles.
you write The Incredibles. Oh my God, I
Yeah.
can't remember the name. And like the government all of a sudden comes in and decides, oh, where you guys fit in or where you don't fit in and whatnot. And like, you know,
Sure.
but again, the movie itself is premised on the fact that they're blaming them for lives uh, that were lost and ruined. But had they not been there, like who is it? Where are the people advocating for the superheroes? Why is this so one-sided in the movie?
Um, I
For heroes, why is there nobody saying, yeah, but had they not been there, we would have lost billions of lives, possibly.
yeah, I mean, there's definitely
Nobody was
part of the
advocating
discussion.
for them.
My issue is like the way I'm sort of trying to approach this is not from like in universe is more like, okay, if this were a real world scenario, like in our world, not in the
I agree,
fiction or
Cosme.
Marvel world, right? Like because like I love Cap, I love Tony, I love all of these guys, right? But let's be real here, they're not that representative of how like actual people might act in these different situations, right?
Cap
Like
is.
nobody's as pure as Cap, right?
Cap is. Cap is definitely a purist, and that's
Yeah,
why he
and
was
nobody,
chosen
real
to
people
do
aren't like
that.
that,
But
right? Real people aren't like that. And so like that's sort of one of the positions that I come at this from is like to think of it like, okay, but you know, from a realistic perspective, like
yeah,
what are
but
we talking about
we're
here?
not
How are people going to?
judging the realistic factor. Judging the movie and where they kind of you know threw that in there, like in that way where it's like, oh, we're gonna, this is how it's basically the movie wasn't about what we might think might happen. It's basically saying, oh, you guys are, and then Cap being on the front again, Cap could have been the head of the team, and then he could have decided, you know, uh,
Yeah, and
he's a
like if you
purist.
have somebody like a Cap, right? Well, you can like feel rest assured that they're probably going to make good decisions, right? Because that's how plot armor works, right? And that's how writing works, is they've written him to be that way. But like in the real world,
Right.
there are not really
Right.
Caps, right? There
But I'm
aren't
not
people like that.
judging real world. I'm judging the movies and the framing
Well, so
that they did in that
my
movie, which is
position was
why
coming from,
real
from the
world.
position of like, what if it were like us, right? If I were putting myself into his shoes, right, what would be my decision? If I was putting myself into Tony Stark's shoes, what would be my position? And so that's
If
kind
you
of
were
how I'm
putting
approaching it.
yourself, listen, but Tony Stark from the beginning was the most disruptive of all of them.
Right, and
So if you're putting in Tony Stark's
yeah,
shoes,
well, hang
then
on, hang
he
on.
himself would should have held back a long time ago.
Right, but like that's the whole point, is like he ended up learning from that, right? Like he grew from that person into another person. And like that was part of that journey, is what happened in Civil War was part of that growth.
He should have. I don't know. I just don't think he should have been that to begin with.
And
As a
in my
person
opinion,
who
and I think
who
the
is a
Russos, I
listen,
think
Tony Stark's story, right? Origin story includes the loss. Well, it's based on the loss of his parents and how he, as somebody who experienced loss at a very young age, he should not have been a cocky son of a bitch like he was. He should have been more humble. I mean, wrote in a
well,
little bit more humble than what he was.
people are gonna be who they're gonna be, right? Like you can't,
Yeah,
that
but
just
I
is the
think
way it
people
is.
who experience uh, loss are more empathetic to loss, are more empathetic to, people dying, so uh
Well, Tony, I mean,
and he
think
was
again.
reckless. Like, oh
Think
my
about
God, he
that
was
journey
so
that
reckless.
Tony went through. He started that way, right? And then I think his change started in like Iron Man 3. It began there.
No, no.
And
See,
then
that's the other problem we have a discussion. I disagree. I absolutely disagree.
you don't think he's, when he was dealing
No,
with sort of like his PTSD and all
nope,
of the other stuff in Iron Man 3, you
nope,
don't think that marked the beginning of like a shift in his character?
absolutely not.
Because it was after that
Because
that he
nope.
started like feeling guilty for the deaths that they did cause, even though they do help a lot of
Mm,
people.
no, it wasn't after that. It was after he created uh Vision.
Ultron.
It's still that was a Ultron. Oh, yeah.
I think it started
Well, Ultron, which is Vision. No, it started
in
when he
Iron Man
because
3, but
remember when he created Vision, he was still a rebel and he was still going against the
no, but
grain.
no, hang on though. I don't
And
think
convinced
going, but
Banner
why?
to
Why was he doing
do
that in
this.
the first place? Why was he creating Ultron in the first place? Do you remember?
Yeah,
Why?
because he wanted to uh basically the Tesseract. It had to do with the Tesseract. He
No, no. So he was creating Ultron so that Ultron could be the replacement for the Avengers around the world, so they could essentially retire and not put themselves in danger or anybody else in danger, and have all of these Ultrons around the world protect the world from that point forward. That was the purpose of the Ultron
uh
program.
don't remember that part. He wanted to study the
Do
Tesseract,
you
and
remember
he
when he
thought he could.
said, let me find the specific quote because I don't want to misquote him.
I
Hang on.
I take your time.
Uh,
Oh, can you imagine? Are you fucking who's the Tony
mm,
Stark clearly is
yeah.
Harvey.
Isn't that why we
What's that?
fight? So we can end the fight, so we can go home. That was the purpose of Ultron, was to end the fight for the Avengers so that they didn't have to put themselves or their loved ones in danger anymore. That was why he created Ultron. And,
But
obviously
still,
things went wrong.
but still, he was still going against, you know, being the rebel that he was, going behind everybody's back, and him creating Ultron became a problem.
Well, I mean, he was an Iron Curtain
Ultron
over the
fucking
world.
took the island,
Yes,
that island,
Cosmic,
and
that's my point. What are you talking? That's literally my point. So that the Avengers don't have to do it anymore. So that, like he said in the movie, so that they can end the fight and go home. How is that incongruent with what I said? Good one, buddy. That didn't answer my question, but nice Wanda quote.
But my point is, how did he do it, right? He didn't consult with the government. He didn't talk to the other Avengers and say, listen, if we can create this, we could do that. You know
Right.
what? They knew what was going
And
to,
so
and
that leads him into
that
seeing
whole
things the way
island,
he does in Civil War.
that
Right.
whole, with that,
That's what he
but it
wanted,
was something he
Cosmic.
created.
That's what he wanted. To put the Avengers out of a job. That was the point. No. That's not what Ultron was meant to be. That's what Ultron became. But that's not what
Right.
Ultron was meant to be. And Vision was what Ultron was essentially supposed to be.
Correct. Because they were messing with forces that they have no idea, like the Tesseract.
No,
You know what I
you
mean?
you
Like
haven't you
they
haven't
don't.
made a clear point, Cosmic. You've skipped from, first of all, by killing all of humanity obviously wasn't Stark's intention for creating Ultron. And we saw, by the way, in 818 that they successfully created Ultron, right? So the idea that it was always going to be that is clearly not true.
I agree, Cosmic, in that the greater good thing. But my thing is, if he was doing it for the greater good, I think doing it in hiding with Banner and convincing Banner to
That's
do this,
liter- that's
it
literally what do you mean? The Avengers are doing the same thing. What the fuck are you talking about? The Avengers literally, yes, they literally decide when and where they're going to intervene on their own. That is conceptually the same.
they're reactive, correct?
So what do you think a police force or a defensive force is?
I'm with Cosmic on this.
He's
They're
just
reactive,
asserting
not
things. He's not really providing any supportive evidence. He's saying, this is what it would have been. Why? Based on what? It was there to respond to threats. No, where did it say it was going to choke the world? It was just there to replace the Iron Legion. Was the Iron Legion choking the world? And why didn't that happen in 818? Okay, but you are asserting that that means choking the world. You're taking that and applying it with your own interpretation. Go on then. Yes, I'm saying you are taking the words Iron Curtain and expanding them into other things. It's meant to be protective. It was going to take over from the Iron Legion. That was the whole point.
Why do you guys fight all the
Because
time?
he has terrible takes. I love him, but he's got terrible
He's
takes.
not. I don't think he has terrible taste. I think he's making a good point. He's taking the word and
How?
it's
He's
literal. The
asserting
words.
that the point is to choke the world, which is
Because he said so.
no. He
But this
said,
is
"Is this to choke the world?" No, it's not that at all. Because he made it clear the whole idea was to
yes,
replace the
cosmic.
Iron Legion with Ultron. That's what he wanted to do. Was to replace the Iron Legion and have a more capable, more intelligent defensive network. You're adding these other things to it.
I disagree that he created Ultron
The point of Ultron was to protect the world from alien threats.
because he probably thought that at one point they may not be capable. What happens
Exactly.
when the
And they
next
weren't, by the way.
right? Yes, yes,
Remember in fucking Endgame, he said, remember I said we needed a suit of armor around the world, and you said no, and then you said we'd fail, and you said we'd do that together too. And then they did. Um I mean it's an amalgamation of the Mind Stone and obviously Stark's own programming and probably some of his personality as well.
right.
Ultron wasn't inherently evil. He thought he was doing the right thing. It's like Thanos. They think they're doing the right thing.
Right. But when you fuck around with shit that you don't understand, like mind stones, yeah, shit is gonna happen
No,
because
Cosmic, I
you're
understand. You have this weird nebulous objective view of morality, so you can't understand the fact that somebody might think they're doing the right thing when the rest of us think they're not. Ultron was not just a piece of Stark.
right.
Ultimate nature is largely driven by the Mind Stone. I just looked it up, even. They even say this. You're getting very metaphorical now, Cosmic.
Yeah, but my point is to
You
create
think
start to
they all
create an
put their
entity
hands on like Vision's
from
coffin and went
from
humma
a
humma humma?
stone.
We transfer our importance into this guy. It's fucking
Yeah,
nonsense,
to
dude.
to 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 create something based on a stone that
So
comes
where's
from
Banner then?
alien.
Why isn't Banner in Ultron then? Because he was part of the whole process too. He literally was.
He was part of the
No, Banner.
he is part.
Ultron was a creation of Banner and Stark.
Yeah, they both created, but again, it was Tony's arrogance and lack of actual vision that he thought he could take the stone that's not even from the earth, it's an alien stone, and be able to make it this superhero that's going to save the world when you don't know what you're dealing with.
Um,
That's just,
okay, but it
he
didn't
didn't
do that
know.
to Vision. It didn't do that to Vision. He helped him build it. He helped them. He was working with him to construct the neural net.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you mean,
That's true.
Cosmic? Like, they even talked about this. Remember, he even said, "Did we finish creating an interface?" He even asked Banner. It's
Yeah, he was
literally in the
Cosmic.
movie,
That's it.
Cosmic. It's lit. Oh, so now we're shifting those goalposts a little bit. Now it's not his vision. So, oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but they both
They
worked
even say
on page,
Wanda.
because Stark
This answer even
knew
says
that he,
Wanda.
because Stark knew that he couldn't do it alone. That's why he got Banner involved. Yeah, and they both worked on that secretly from the other one up. So if you think you're doing the right thing, why not get everybody else involved? Get their vote in it, because you want to, involve the government is okay, but you don't think it's you know for the other
Hang
Avengers
on,
just to
though.
have a say on
I
whether.
need Cosmic. I don't want to move on until Cosmic concedes that I'm right about this. Yeah, and I don't know. That was just like some people talking when they mentioned Wanda. I didn't think Wanda was part of it personally.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah. Remember, Tony even said,
Wait,
I,
hold on a second.
I want to help you put this thing into Jarvis. Remember, like he even fucking
This
said that.
See, but this article, what you just pulled out, as it this stuff in there that's not. It
No,
says that
so
Ultron
this some of
killed
the other stuff they're
Thanos.
talking about here is Infinity Ultron, but this sentence here is specifically about Ultron. Just Ultron, not Infinity Ultron.
Who the fuck is Infinity Ultron?
From What If?
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not watching a fucking YouTube video on this. This is simple. This is easy.
Yes.
Boom. Here it is again on the Marvel Cinematic Universe page for just Ultron. There it is, just the regular Ultron.
I said I don't disagree with that. I just was
No,
reading
I
the whole
know, but
thing though.
Cosmic is being
Okay.
stubborn. See, he says the fifth element was booty. How can we trust this guy's opinions?
All right, so maybe we should just then move on and talk about the drama. Let me stop.
Yeah, we will. We will here in a second. I just need to hear Cosmic say that
What?
Tony Stark and Bruce Banner created Ultron. I just need you to say it, and then we can move on because obviously we're not going to agree on the other shit. But I just need you to admit. How many more
It's true.
sources
He
do I
did.
need on this?
He's right. He did. They both did work on it.
Okay, sure, Cosmic. So everybody,
I
including the
will.
directors, lack the capacity to understand, huh? Is that so? I'm not playing the scene. YouTube's gonna fuck me. They've been fucking me on everything lately. I'm not gonna do that. But I'll pull up the quotes.
Let me look at the scene what he's referring to.
Yeah, transcript's fine. Uh, hang on. Put Jarvis? Okay. So you want me to help you put Jarvis into this thing? No, of course not. I want to help you put Jarvis in this thing. We're outfield, my hero. You know my bioorganics better than anyone, and you just assume that Jarvis's operational matrix can beat Ultron's. Jarvis has been beating him from inside without knowing it. It's the opportunity we can create Ultron's perfect self without the homicidal glitches he thinks are... Oh, that was when they redid it. Hang on. Sorry. Let me find the... Did we... Because there was a question when he says... interface. We didn't. We weren't even close. Were we close to an interface? Were we close to an interface? Not I. We. What's the scene? Which scene? Tell me the scene. I know the movie pretty well. I'll be able to just. Uh,
That clip that he shared is quite interesting because Tony Stark says in that he said he's not willing to have a debate on whether to create Ultron or not.
yeah,
Uh,
but he did do it. This is why later on he says, were we close to an interface?
yeah, but again, his arrogance is like, oh, I don't, I'm not, I don't need to have a debate with these people to see if I should do this or not. Like,
Okay, this could be it, Bruce. This could be the key to creating Ultron. I thought Ultron was fantasy. Yesterday it was. If we can harness his power, apply it to my Iron Legion protocol. It's a mad size if. Our job is if. What if you were sipping margaritas on a sun-drenched beach, turning brown instead of green, not looking over your shoulder for Veronica? Don't hate. I helped design Veronica as a worst-case measure, right? How about a best case? What if the world was safe? What if the next time aliens roll up to the club, and they will, they couldn't get past the bouncer, right? See, that's why he was making it. The only people threatening the planet would be people. I want to apply this to the Ultron program, but Jarvis can't download a data schematic this dense. We can only do it while we have the scepter here. That's 3 days. Give me 3 days. So you're going for artificial intelligence and you don't want to tell the team? Right, that's right. You know why? Because we don't have time for a City Hall debate. I don't want to hear the man was not meant to meddle medley. I see a suit of
There
armor
you
around the
go.
world. Sounds like a cold world, Tony. I've seen colder. This one, this very vulnerable blue one, it needs Ultron. Ultron. Peace in our time. Imagine that. Stark and Banner spend days working in the lab together, but finds no program that works. What did we miss? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. Cosmic. Oops.
Yeah, I think that yeah, he doesn't have time to go through the bureaucracy of voting and letting the people in the team know. But
The
then all of a
literal
sudden,
point was,
he
did they
wants to.
make it together? They made it together.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what we
that's
were
yes, I
arguing.
agree with that. Right, right. To then decide, oh, we the Sokovia Accords,
Stark and
now we
Banner
want to let the
spend days
government.
working in the lab together but find no program that works, which he reiterates later by saying, we weren't even close to an interface. I'll continue to run variations on the interface, but you should probably prepare for your guests. They clearly worked on it together. They did. And everybody but you
Mhm.
seems to accept that.
Yeah, they did. Oh my God, Cops.
Yeah, like, come on, dude.
They did. They did Cosmic. It's not that it's Tony's
We
world.
see
It's
their failed
what you're
experiment
what
successfully
what he,
integrating stuff.
Cosmic, what you're
Their
talking
failed
about
experiment.
is different than what he's saying. They worked on
Cosmic,
it
the way
together.
you analyze things is by somebody giving you everything to the contrary in front of your face and you going, la 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 la, I don't believe it. It literally says it a bunch of times in this transcript. Every source we've pulled up has said they both put it together, and you just simply ignore that because it doesn't fit your little narrative that you've constructed. No, the hilarious thing, okay, is that you are so stubborn, you cannot accept it when you're wrong about something. They didn't. You're right. They didn't finish it. But they built it. They built what was there that eventually became Ultron. And he still worked on it, Cosmic.
He-
So
Yep.
what? No, no.
He-
Fucking facepalm yourself, dude. Everybody but you accept this. Everybody
No,
but
it's
you.
not. The fact that he objects, but he still worked on
He
it.
still
It
worked
doesn't
on it.
matter. Yeah. No, it's a vanity project, but he enlisted Bruce and Bruce did it. He and Bruce worked on it.
Your entire interpretation hinges on the idea that it's only Tony, and that makes Tony whatever it is that you're constructing. But they both worked on it, and it's very clear from the transcripts, it's very clear from all of the sources that back it up, they both worked on it. They both built what was there of Ultron before it merged with the Mind Stone, and then took over Jarvis and did all the shit that he did.
Whether it was Tony's vanity project or not, that doesn't mean
That doesn't
that they
mean he
both
didn't work on it.
work on it. Yes, they both worked on it. He convinced, he objected, but still he went along and
If
convinced
you
him
want to
to
shift the
work on it.
goalposts to a different argument, you're welcome to do that. And we can talk about that. But that's not what you were saying. No, no, bro. Don't even try to facepalm me right now, dude.
Yeah, but the question is not who is the architect. The question is who worked on it? Who worked on their programming? Who worked on it? It wasn't just him, it was both of them. They both worked on it. and they were getting nowhere, with it. And then all of a sudden,
And
shit
plus, the
happened.
only reason
But
why Ultron ended up thinking about things the way he did was because he went through all of human history and suddenly decided, well, the real problem is the humans and the Avengers. You think Tony thinks that? If you want to change your argument, Cosmic, you're welcome to. You're more than welcome to restate a new argument. Well, then you have to admit that it hinges on a point that you can't support. And Bruce and the Mind Stone.
and Bruce, yes, and the Mind
And the
Stone, yes.
Mind Stone is the reason why he is the way he is. The Avengers didn't build Vision.
Correct.
In fact, Ultron built Vision. The only one of the Avengers who actually did something to turn on Vision was Thor. How, Cosmic? Who built Vision's body? He had no data set. That's right. He used the internet.
Yes.
Saved him from being used as... Sure, but we're talking about how does he get the mind he's imbued with, right? Because the essence of your whole argument is, where does their mind come from? Is that correct? Am I honing in on that correctly? Where do the factors of their mind come from that make them who they are?
Yeah, it comes from the internet. When he went on the internet, he saw
Ultron
that
was...
man was
No, then
destructive.
what are you
Oh,
even
see,
arguing?
the Ultron saw in the internet that man was destructive to
Mm-hmm.
themselves, and that that's where he got the idea of that man was the bad guy
Yeah,
from the internet and
from
all the shit
looking at
we've
human
done with the
history.
Horde. Yes. Uh-huh. It had nothing to do with Tony. It had nothing to do with
I mean,
Banner.
some of his personality is certainly influenced by Tony's personality, right? That's just clear from how he is and
You
who he
think so?
is. Yeah, I mean, he says certain things that Tony says, and he has certain behaviors that are kind of Tony-ish. But for the most part, the reason he believes the way he does was his first interaction with humanity was going through the internet and seeing the history of humanity and all the death and destruction. He made one quip, or maybe two quips, I think, like Tony, through the whole
What's a
movie.
quip? Go ahead, sir.
Little lines that he threw out.
Okay. Not the whole movie. That's not way.
He said a couple things. Clearly, you've never made an omelet, and keep your enemies rich, your friends rich, and your enemies rich, and wait to find out which is which. I'm not thinking of any others right now, but
But again, all of that aside, the still Banner and Stark worked on Ultron. And
and
nothing's going to
then
change that.
and then
Whether whose
Vision,
personality it has, whether whatever else, it doesn't
right?
matter.
The
Who
idea
worked
that
on it was
that
Banner
who
and Stark.
built it or put it together is what made it
Right.
just isn't necessarily true. If we look at Vision, Vision was Jarvis and the Mind Stone. That's how people look at it. At least that's what I've seen a lot of the creators say about it. Vision is Jarvis and the Mind Stone.
Yeah, because Jarvis was a form of AI,
Mm-hmm.
but Ultron was like a sentient version of AI. Like he, you know, which Jarvis was not really. sentient. Yeah, he was like you told him to do stuff, he did it. But it was like an
Right.
algorithm, I guess you would
Right.
say. He was tasked, whatever task you do, you put
More
in.
like an
Yes,
LLM that's connected to your
yes,
smart house.
you got it. You got it. Versus
Then add
uh
in the Mind
well,
Stone,
he would the Mind Stone was an actual sentient being. Like
or I don't know if it's classified as a sentient being. It
was
imbued
sentient. Yeah.
sentience upon things. Yeah.
Yeah, because he thought when he went on the internet, he became self-aware, and then he was like, and then he went on the internet. He's like, wait a minute, look at this stuff, and he was making judgment calls based on not an algorithm or something that's told to do, like Jarvis. He was actually making decisions on his own.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's move on. Now that we all understand that Ultron was built by Bruce and Tony, we can move on.
I see a typo.
Where?
Cosmic. I think you both
No,
protest
that's
too much.
that's that's correct. I think you
Is it?
doth
It's an
protest too much. Yeah, that's correct.
oh, I thought it meant both. Protest.
Shakespearean English.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Um. Let's
You doth
see.
protest. No, let's see the train wreck of Elon.
Well, I want to go through the other news and stuff first because that's a whole
Okay.
thing, right? We're going to be talking about that for a while. So, things really quickly I want to go through. This has sort of been coming to everybody's attention now. No,
What?
this is part of the bill. No court of the United
Okay.
States may enforce a contempt
Oh yeah,
citation for failure to
yeah.
comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given when the injunction or order was issued pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 65C, whether issued prior to, on, or subsequent to the date of enactment of this section. This basically allows them to ignore an injunction or TRO if a bond isn't given, which is fucking stupid. I mean, it's sort of easy to get around. They can just apply bonds. But still, it sort of puts it allows them to go to like older ones and say, "Oh, there's no bond applied to this. We're just going to ignore it," and there'd be nothing they could do. I don't even think this could necessarily hold up. But yeah, like now there's a
I
bunch
well,
of Republican like representatives coming out and saying like, I didn't even know that was in there. I wouldn't have voted for it if I knew it was in there. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said she didn't like that.
no, her thing was about AI. There's something in the bill about AI,
Yeah, but
artificial
she also
intelligence,
talked about this one too.
that she said she didn't know.
She talked about both of
This
these.
provision only affects people who can afford a bond, right? So
No, this is I believe this is um it doesn't say it, but my understanding is that this only has something to do with officials, from what I saw some people saying online.
yeah,
Yeah. Severely restrict federal courts' authority to hold government officials in contempt if they violate judicial orders. Courts' ability to hold bad actors in contempt is vital enforcement power. Blah 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 blah. The reconciliation bill would require anyone suing the government to pay a bond before the court
see,
can use its contempt power to enforce injunctions or restraining orders meant to halt
so people
illegal
would have to.
actions.
So if you file the contempt, and I file, we
Yeah,
both have to pay bonds,
yeah.
and that's the problem because a lot of
No,
people can't
if the
afford to pay a
court
bond.
if the court issues a contempt order, then the plaintiff
Yeah,
would have to file a bond. It's ridiculous.
well,
And it's stupid too because like this would allow future Democrats to abuse the court system as well. I don't know why they're doing things like this now.
right, because what they're trying, I think that what they're um, counting on is that these people can't afford bonds because you don't even know what the bond is going to be,
Yeah.
right?
Well.
And
So
then
if a
that
citizen
you
is
shit
suing
your
the
script.
government for something and they are in contempt, it could, if they have a friendly judge, it could allow them to grant a court order, but then make it too expensive for them to enforce. It's really
Yeah,
stupid. It doesn't
correct,
make any sense.
correct. So you're absolutely right.
So yeah, this is a big one. A lot of people are upset about this, and not too many people are talking about it. They're starting to talk about it now, but yeah, they tried to sneak
No,
that one
right.
in.
That and yeah, that.
Well, so yeah, that's one thing.
So, right.
Next thing. This is pretty fucked. It's technically fine. Okay, Cosmic. We're just gonna limit your ability to seek contempt charges. Casper. Casper's here.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Casper. Hi, Casper.
Missed you
Jump
last
on
couple times.
in. Say hello, girl.
Um, this is fucked. Super fucked. Trump admin on Tuesday rescinded Biden era guidance, clarifying that hospitals in states with abortion bans cannot turn away pregnant patients who are in the midst of medical emergencies, a move that comes amid multiple red state court battles over the guidance. So basically, they've been trying to stop people from getting abortions in emergencies, and Trump was like, here you go. We'll make sure you can't get that abortion when you're having a medical emergencies or a medical emergency. So fucking great.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. Your interpretation is different. So it says that okay, never mind. He's rescinding that. Okay, gotcha. Never mind.
Yeah. He's rescinding the protection. Yeah. Pretty fucking awful, if
So
you ask
the
me.
whatever the thing, the guidance was that no woman should be denied patient care in a medical emergency when it comes to like pregnant. You know, pregnant woman cannot be denied, and Trump is taking that away, right?
Yep.
It
Mm-mm.
which requires hospitals to stabilize patients facing medical emergencies. States such as Idaho, Texas, have argued that the Biden administration guidance, which is it issued on the wake of the 2022 overturning of Roe v. Wade, interpreted EMTALA incorrectly.
Um, argue that the Biden administration's
Gotta
guidance, which
listen.
is issued in the wake of overturning, interpreted and the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act.
Mhm.
That was the argument.
Yeah, the EMTALA. What's
Mm-hmm.
the letter rescinding the guidance? The Trump administration said that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid will continue to enforce EMTALA, emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. Okay.
Yeah. So yep, it's fucked.
So so hospitals have to turn down women who
No,
show
they
up
can if they
with
want to, which
they can if they want to.
they probably will in a lot of cases because they'll be like worried about the risk of lawsuits and shit.
So they could just say, you can't be here even though you're dying at the doorstep.
Yep.
Okay. Um, doesn't that violate their oath as a doctor?
Um,
What's it called? What's it called? The
the
doctor oath.
Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, maybe, but
As
like
doesn't it violate the Hippocratic oath?
a bit, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, but okay, I feel okay. I know everybody likes to, put everything under a blanket. It, profit hospitals, doctors, let them, you know, so not all doctors are, they got to make money, but um, the pricing that is set for stuff making money is not set by the doctors.
Fragile norms are even ones thousands of years old. Yep. It's bad. It's bad news. Real bad news. So, yeah. Anyway, that was another thing. Oh, this one's kind of dumb, but apparently there's rumors going around that Elon's black eye was from a fight with Scott Bessent. He says it was because his kid punched him in the eye, but some people are saying it was a fight with Scott Bessent. Who knows if it's fucking true? But it's just kind of funny to think about. So that's yeah, that's that one. Uh, that's not really worth spending too much time on. But if true, it's fucking hilarious.
A lot of rumors, and then they said it was it's the
Steve Bannon?
Stephen Miller.
Oh, Stephen Miller. Oh, I
That's
guess.
the guy that, like Elon was stealing his wife or some shit. Oh my God, it was so dumb. Some dumb shit. Did Benson push McConnell? Listen, McConnell should have been pushed a long time ago.
You said McConnell what?
Should have been pushed a long time ago.
He's regretting a lot of shit now, too, I bet. Next thing, Abrego Garcia is coming back to the U.S. to get his due process. Now, here's the thing. We got to be ready. Because there's a good chance he's going to get his due process, right? And then they're going to deport him after the due process. And then a bunch of people are going to be like, see, oh, blah, you made a big stink about it and you get deported. We got to remember to state clearly that the point wasn't whether he was innocent or not, but that he had to go through the court system the proper way, the way our Constitution allows. So don't let anybody fucking gaslight you on that shit, okay? Don't do it.
Right. Well, I'll say it again. I've said it 100 times. I will say it again. My problem wasn't even that. My problem was being sent to a gulag. That to me was overstepping. You want to send him back to his country? Send him back to his country. Why? What authority do you have to send him to a fucking gulag?
He's El Salvadoran. He's from El Salvador.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just.
So that is his country.
I think that norm got violated.
This is what American justice looks like. Deporting someone before due process, saying oops, mea culpa, bringing them back, and then putting them through the due process. That's what American justice looks like. Get the fuck out of here, Pam. Fuck off. Casper! What? Casper's a recurring sub now? Oh my god. That means we're at 7? 3 more recurring subs to hit our goal? Holy shit. Big dubs for Casper. Claps in chat. Dubs in chat for Casper. Fuck yeah. Look at that. You got the glowing ring, too. 3-month subscriber. First one with the glowing ring. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right. Trump admin.
Did you hear about the 22-year-old that was given the position to lead the Department of Terrorism?
No.
Yeah. Basically, this guy, 22 years old, whose previous job was being a gardener, was given the position to lead the Department of Terrorism.
Heading up a Department of Homeland Security terror prevention team.
There you go.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Hmm. That's what I said.
A Heritage Foundation intern. Jesus
Yep.
Christ. These fucking clowns, man. History is gonna not look kindly on this administration. Really.
I know, but it's like what it's crazy, right? Because like it's okay. I'm not gonna say okay, recommend the guy, right? But to sign off on it and say, okay, yeah, we're gonna hire this 22-year-old who's never had any experience in anything other than gardening to lead a department. That's the insane part.
Assumption of there being a history is very
Why
optimistic. I mean,
why why
there's
would
been a
anyone with a
history all
brain
the
sign
way
off
up
on this?
until now. There's not yet reason to think there won't be. Million, Casper.
Oh, there's
Anyway,
always
yeah,
been
they're
history. That's what
scrambling
it
to
means.
rehire Doge cuts. I mean, like, what the fuck do we expect? Yeah, for sure. I saw. No worries. Um,
Yep, a 22 wet behind the ears gardener. It's who who who
wait, Doge
who is
employee
there?
interview. Can you link it? What's your question, Candy?
It's just like you're like who is there saying, oh yeah, yeah, we'll hire him. Like, okay, he has no experience. Let's look at his resume. No experience. He was a gardener. 22 years old. Um, sounds good. Like, who the fuck is signing off on this shit?
Trump and Elon. Well, Elon was. Not anymore.
Say,
I would love to see the employee interview for Doge, Casper, if you have a link for that.
I would. I don't know. It's just shadow government.
Okay.
Oh my God, you're a conspiracy theorist too. I feel it's not that there's a shadow government. It's just that we have morons, monkeys running the government right now. And it's like, where are the adults in the room?
Or
Hmm?
lack thereof,
Yeah.
Cosmic.
Where's the adults in the room? And everybody just shrugs their shoulders. Oh, I want to hire a 22. Nobody says anything about it. Okay, you know, that's his choice. He can hire whoever he wants. They should be. there should be, and I don't know why, obviously there isn't, but there should be a requirement, right? Like when you go to a job, especially a job in government, a high level job, there should be a minimum, because every job, when you go to apply, even for jobs that are not in government, there's a minimum. They always say, oh, 3 years minimum of experience doing this, right? A lot of jobs, just regular jobs, have this. Um, and how is it that the government can just hire people and not have some sort of minimum requirement for that job?
Mm.
That's a fucking problem. They need to. That's something that needs to be fixed. Obviously, I mean, and the fact that it's something that's kind of gone under the radar because they assume that the adults in the room are making the adult decisions and they're going to do the right thing. And no, that needs to be. You should have a certain amount of experience at least before given a
No
position.
idea, to be honest. Even when I was there, it was unclear who was in charge. At the end of the day, I guess Trump is in charge. But I think Doge will continue to do what it was doing, which frankly to me wasn't that exciting. We were sitting in on a lot of meetings around contract review, making sure that we weren't overspending on these big federal IT contracts. I think that should continue and will continue. I guess there is a reduction in force that's taking place by the federal government. The VA has said that they're going to participate in. It was moving incredibly slow, I think. At VA specifically, more people were hired than fired during my tenure. I hope Doge ships software. Unfortunately, I think the admin appetite for shipping software instead of just cutting things is relatively low. Maybe that's partly why Elon and Co. are parted ways in the last week or so, so I assume that won't really happen, but I would be very gracious as an American if paying taxes became easier. The sort of broad experience of dealing with Social Security improved, etc. So I wish them the best of luck, but they just don't have a lot of resources to do what they set out to do in the beginning. Okay. I mean, that's not too surprising. All right, last thing before we move on to the breakup of the century. I think this is dope. Newsom floats withholding federal taxes as Trump threatens California. See, this is what I said. This is what I fucking said. As soon as I saw Trump was threatening to withhold grant money from California, I was like, I don't know if you want to do that, bro. California is one of the largest contributors of federal tax money. They could fuck with you on that. Full termination of federal grant funding for California's universities. Californians pay the bills for the federal government. We pay over $80 billion more in taxes than we get back, the Democratic governor said in an ex post Friday afternoon, referencing a recent analysis from the Rockefeller Institute that California contributed about $83 billion more in federal taxes in 2022 than received back from Washington. And what I said was, well, we should withhold the funds that we're sending that go to other states so we can just use them for ourselves if he's going to do that. And then we don't need the federal government grants. We can tell him to go fucking suck one. Maybe it's time to cut that off, he added. White House spokesperson Kush Desai asked to comment on Newsom's post, threw cold water on mass funding cuts, but blasted California for what he said were lunatic anti-energy, soft on crime, pro-child mutilation, and pro-sanctuary policies. Don't start this fight. Don't start this fight. The Trump administration is... They can, Cosmic. They absolutely can. It goes through California. Yeah. The Trump administration is committed to ending this nightmare and restoring the California dream. Desai said in a statement, no final decisions, however, on any potential future action by the administration have been made, and any discussion suggesting otherwise should be considered pure speculation. Trump has wielded... People are pushing back on him. I don't think he thought that was going to happen to this extent. He's getting pushed back more and more and more. Trump has wielded federal funding as leverage to push its politics on California before the president last month threatened to choke off the state's cash flow if a transgender athlete participated in a state girls track meet. Newsom's biting suggestion comes as the governor escalates his anti-Trump rhetoric, even as he asks the White House for economic assistance. Newsom in early May blamed tariffs for ripping $16 billion from California's state budget, but has at the same time sought federal disaster relief for the recent Los Angeles wildfires, privately consulted Trump officials about ways to bolster the state's flagging film industry. Well, use some of our massive budget to create incentives. Everybody in the state knows this. Get the fuck out of here. Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas also floated withholding federal taxes Friday in a post on the social media site Blue Sky. Shortly before Newsom raised the issue, he dismissed the rumored grant cancellations as unconstitutional and vindictive. We're the nation's economic engine and the largest donor state and deserve our fair share, Rivas wrote. I'll use every legal and constitutional tool available to defend California. We must look at every option, including withholding federal taxes. State Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire similarly vowed to defend California from this president's illegal and unprecedented attack on our state, but he stopped short of suggesting the state should withhold federal taxes. State leaders have tried to starve Trump's Washington of tax revenues before. In 2017, the then Senate President Kevin DeLeon proposed a state tax credit scheme that would have allowed residents to sidestep a federal tax hike targeting California. Two New York mayoral candidates, former state assembly member Michael Blake and current state senator Jessica Ramos, similarly suggested withholding the city's federal tax dollars during a Democratic primary debate Wednesday evening. So that's fucking dope. Good for them. Good for them. Very proud. Very proud of our California boys standing up. Good job. Very good. Oh, Casper, we have new, we added new soundboard stuff. You ready? These are all good ones. Here we go.
Execute Order 66.
I love democracy.
Good.
Oh, they're all Star Wars ones.
I am the Senate.
That was the longest I could do with that one. It cut off there. Couldn't go longer. And then, of course...
Do it.
So we've got those now. All palps. All palps. Daniel, are you here right now? Daniel, are you here? Let me text him and let him know that Casper's in chat.
All right. No Jar Jar, really?
No Jar Jar? Misa no think so.
Misa don't think so.
Misa no think so. All right, and I know there's someone else Casper's been dying to see.
Yeah.
Why don't you come over here? Why don't you come over here? Come and say hi to the people. Come and say hello. Oh, baby. You say hello to everybody. You say hello to everybody. Yeah. You were sleeping. You
Why
were
are you bothering
sleeping.
her?
Huh?
Why are you bothering her?
Why am I bothering her?
Why you
Because she's
bothering me?
my dog.
Okay, but leave her the fuck alone. She's sleeping, yo.
She's happy. Look. It feels like a year, Casper. It feels like a year. Can I have your paw? Thank you. You want peanut? Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. All right, get out of here. Go back to sleep. All right. Elump. That's what I'm calling them. Because it sounds hilarious. Elump. Right? Because that's funny. Right? Pelon and dump. There's no D in Elon Musk. There's no P in Trump. Oh, well, no, there's a P at the end of Trump. I tried to, like, combine their names, right? All right.
Pelon. I don't get Pelon.
I guess because of the Trump P stuff.
Oh, I don't get it. Okay. And dump. No. Doesn't work for me. The polished prime is called Donald Tusk.
Donald Tusk, really?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about all that.
This is the timeline. So it started with Elon posting this. They've both been reported to be incontinent because of extreme drug use. Trump wears a diaper because he shits himself, and Elon reportedly pees himself now. But then the Pelon just refers to Elon, right? Or you're calling them Pelon and Dump. So I was trying to combine their names into one, right? Is what I was trying to do.
Combine them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I just can't stand it anymore. This massive outrage. Oh, no, I don't care. Massive outrageous pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Then the next day, 2:07 a.m., it more than defeats all the cost savings achieved by the Doge team at great personal cost and risk. Trump posts an image on Truth of Musk's post announcing he's leaving government. As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes, they're so petty, comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. So we're doing sort of indirect shots at each other right now, right? It's not like they're not like directly going at each other yet. They're just throwing a little bit here and there, right? Musk shares post claiming majority of Republican voters want the budget bill trimmed down. Majority of Republican voters strongly agree with Elon and want the BBB trimmed down. Elon Musk left the Democratic Party, sacrificed much in his relentlessly supported the GOP. Grammar died in this tweet. The GOP leadership should give his counsel serious consideration. Musk shares old Trump post criticizing Republican lawmakers for raising the debt ceiling and his words. Cannot believe Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I'm a Republican and I'm embarrassed. I mean, there's so many examples of Trump like going back on his old shit. It's practically par for the course at this point.
Word.
Musk, what?
Yeah, I said word.
Oh. Musk reposts an old Trump post saying no members of Congress should be eligible for re-election if the U.S. budget isn't balanced, with Musk adding, I couldn't agree more. Trump confirms the deterioration of his relationship with Musk, saying he was very disappointed in the tech billionaire after he repeatedly blasted the president's sweeping domestic agenda bill. Elon and I, we had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. Trump tells reporters in the Oval Office less than 1 week after the two exchanged effusive praise on Musk's last day as a special government employee.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the wonderful hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. Elon and...
Musk posts slim, beautiful bill for the win. Musk posts that he would support a, quote, slim bill that included EV incentive cuts. Whatever. Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. He's starting to tweet like Trump. Very unfair. So unfair. But ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill. In the entire history of civilization, there has never been legislation that both big and beautiful. Grammar's still going to die. Musk disputes Trump's claim that Musk reviewed the budget bill, saying he was not shown the bill even once. False, this bill was never shown to me even once and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it. He knew the inner workings of the bill better than anybody sitting here. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden, he had a problem, and he only developed a problem when he found out we were going to cut the EV mandate. Oh. More context. Musk claims that without him, Trump would have lost the election. Ooh, that one's gonna stick right in his craw. Right in his craw.
He's not wrong.
Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House.
Okay. So I don't think necessarily he would have lost because of the money he put into it.
No, it's because of X.
Because Elon has such a following.
Yeah.
That people would support what Elon is doing.
Yep.
So
without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. In a follow-up post, Musk says, such ingratitude. Musk reposts video from Trump's promotion of Tesla at the White House earlier this year, during which the president said, Musk never asked me for a thing. Remember this? Oh, God, I remember that. Musk encourages lawmakers to keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, but also cut all the crazy spending increases. Musk posts claim that budget bill will increase the U.S. deficit $2.5 trillion to $2.5 trillion. Musk posts kill bill. Musk starts X poll asking if America needs a new political party. Represents the 80% of the middle. Bro, you are not that guy, dude. Now, like, fucking nobody likes you now. Musk shared a video of him in 2021 claiming Tesla doesn't rely on EV subsidies. Musk responds to post from fucking Laura Loomer, suggesting that lawmakers should side with him in the budget bill fight because Trump has 3.5 years left as president, but I will be around for 40 plus years. The mother of one of Musk's children, right-leaning influencer Ashley St. Clair, offers Trump breakup advice. Hey, real Donald Trump, let me know if you need any breakup advice. Musk shared an old ex-post from House Speaker Mike Johnson raising concerns about U.S. national debt and said, where is Mike Johnson 2023? Musk claims members of Congress didn't have time to read the budget bill. No, we know they didn't. Musk posted a video of Senator John Thune from 2020 raising concern about U.S. debt, with the billionaire adding, "Where is the John Thune of 2020?" Jeez, Musk is just going on and on. Musk reposts X post from a Jerome Powell parody account asking whether Musk or Trump is right. Well, it's on X. Obviously, most people are going to agree with Musk on X. I'm not saying Trump is necessarily right, but like you're kind of skewing for your audience here. Musk reposts another old post from Johnson calling on Congress to reduce deficit spending, with the billionaire adding, "I super agree with this guy." Musk posts that Congress is spending America into bankruptcy. Let's look at this. Trump claims he asked Musk to leave the administration, took away his EV mandate, after which he alleges Musk just went crazy. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave, took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. Trump posts that the U.S. government could save billions of dollars in its budget by terminating all contracts and subsidies awarded to Musk's companies. Musk refutes Trump's claim that his disagreement with the big beautiful bill is related to EVs. Did this get deleted? Musk claims Trump is in the Jeffrey Epstein files. This is where shit really gets unhinged. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Yay, the rapper? Why? Oh my god, dude. Nobody cares what your fucking Nazi ass has to say, dude. House Speaker Mike Johnson hits back at Musk's criticism and defends the budget bill. The Mike Johnson of 2023 is the same Mike Johnson who has always been a lifelong fiscal hawk, who now serves as Speaker and is implementing a multi-stage plan to get our country back to fiscal responsibility and extraordinary economic growth. Yeah, you're doing that by passing a bill that's going to grow the deficit. Oh, fucking dumb. Bro, you're so full of shit. Trump complains about the timing of Musk's fight in the middle of the administration's effort to pass his policy bill in Congress. I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. No, you just don't like it because he's going against the bill you want to pass, because it's fucking stupid, irresponsible, bloated bill, and even his dumbass sees that. Biggest tax cut ever given that you're pairing with the biggest tax hike ever made. So what are you doing? If this bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Good. We need to raise more revenue. Musk threatens to decommission the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that returned NASA astronauts from the International Space Station. In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. Yeah. What does that have to do with him talking about the bill? Cosmic? No, I know, but like, it is what it is. He did it when he did it. You know? It's not about, like, Elon's not a rational fucking person, and neither is Trump. He did it now. Exactly. It's not principled. No one's claiming it is principled. Musk agrees with X user calling for Trump's impeachment. Tesla stock plunged around 14% Thursday. erasing about 150 billion off the company's market value, which is hilarious. Because like they were all like, "Come back to Tesla, Elon. We want you back. All the value's going away." And now they're probably like, "No, go away, Elon. Go away." Musk claims Trump's tariffs will cause a recession. Now he's fucking saying it. Ha! Can I finally say, no! You should have said it at the beginning, fucking Shibatoshi Nakamoto, whoever the fuck you are. You should have said it when all the rest of us knew it was going to be there. When we've been saying it for fucking months. When we were saying it before the election was even done. When he was talking about stupid fucking tariffs. Bro! What do you mean, can I finally say? We've been fucking saying this for months, you retard! Musk shares a video showing Trump at a party with Epstein along with a raised eyebrow emoji. Musk shows support for a post by billionaire investor Bill Ackman that urged Musk and Trump to make peace. Musk says Ackman is not wrong. Make peace for the benefit of our great country, much stronger together than apart. Okay. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt calls Musk's claim that President Donald Trump is in the Epstein files an unfortunate episode. Okay. Musk walks back his threat to decommission the SpaceX Dragon. Why? Because a random user? God, this is so dangerous. This is so dangerous. Musk says that if America goes broke, nothing else matters, while sharing a clip from an interview he did in February talking about the country's national debt. Musk responds to an X post that said there is no political will within the main political parties to cut U.S. government spending or debt levels. He says true so far. Tesla stock listed on Germany's Frankfurt Stock Exchange rises 4.7 after nosediving by more than 14%. President Donald Trump told CNN Friday he's not even thinking about billionaire Elon Musk and won't be speaking to him in the near future. Not even thinking about Elon. He's got a problem. The poor guy's got a problem. So there it is. Where we are in the biggest breakup of the century. Well, who's going to look into it, Casper? They control all the info.
The Epstein thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We all can hope. So you're Team Trump on this one, Cosmic? I'm Team fuck both of them. I'm Team they both suck and can get completely fucked. All right. And there we go. Trump is right in his reading. I think they're both probably right in their reading. If I'm honest with you. Elon is obviously unhinged, but so is Trump. They both suck. And they actually deserve each other. The bill is dog shit. What do you mean? It's a bloated fucking mess of a debt, massive weight. Okay. And he's absolutely right about the bill.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. Doesn't mean he's not right about it. It does not mean he's not right about it. I literally just said they both suck. They're terrible human beings and they deserve each other. What about that sounds like I'm standing Elon Musk? That's the same for Trump, Cosmic. Literally can say the same thing about Trump. I don't understand. Like, both of them suck. I love watching this. They're both being retarded right now, and it's amazing. I'm not picking a side. Fuck them both. All of the positive shit he's saying about the bill in defense of it, wanting to cancel all of the contracts and shit, as a response to Elon being a fucking bitch. It's unstable behavior. I don't fucking love Musk. Musk's a retard, and so is Trump. Whether he believes in the bill or not, the bill is retarded, and he shouldn't be trying to pass it. I don't care whether he believes in it. Yes, and he's wrong, and he's retarded for thinking that, because it's very obvious that it's not a good bill. Yeah. And genuinely believing that it's good doesn't make him, in fact, it makes him more retarded. He would be less retarded if he was just pretending that he thought it was good. He'd be malicious, but he'd be less retarded. Okay? And? His person sucks. Okay? I don't understand. I don't see why we need to make a distinction between the two of them. They're both being fucking retards, and it's amazing. Trump's crash out was to go to cutting subsidies as well. Cutting government subsidies based on a public feud that you're having personally with a person is a retarded way to operate a country. Sorry, not subsidies. Contracts. The contracts. Yeah, I said that I meant the contracts, not the subsidies. Yeah, he did. Hang on. Um. Where's the thing for, oh yeah. Easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it.
Who's saying that he didn't threaten to remove his?
Cosmic? No, but I think
Yeah.
he sees this now.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, he did threaten to
Yeah.
take away his subsidy. And some are even pushing for him to remove his immigration status too.
That'd be
Deport
dumb.
him.
This is all just stupid. The
It
whole
is
thing is
stupid.
fucking stupid. It's super childish. And it's like the President of the United States engaged in a back and forth online fucking bitch fest with the richest person in the world. Are we really doing the he started it argument, Cosmic? Is that where we are now? Yeah, he always has.
What is he saying? That Elon
He's saying
started it?
Musk started this. He was using his social network to
Well,
turn public opinion. He always does that. He's been doing that for Trump up until now.
yep.
I don't understand what that has to do with any of this. Musk is not the president of the United States, Cosmic.
Correct.
Like, you can say that as much as you want, but Trump is the president of the United States. Not anymore. Yeah, he's gone. I don't understand why you're saying all of these things that are like outside of the topic that we're talking about. They both look like idiots. So you don't think they both look like idiots here? You think this is appropriate behavior for the president of the United States? I don't understand why that makes it any less fucking stupid. Just because he's always acted that way. That doesn't make it any less fucking stupid. But the people can be stupid too, Cosmic. That you're saying all of these things. Yes, he's stupid. This whole thing is stupid. They're both being idiots in front of the entire world. I don't know why pointing to one and being like, oh, this guy is actually more stupid because of this and this reason, and I hate him more because of this and this reason. I don't know what that has to do with anything. They both look fucking dumb. Like, I don't really care to litigate, like, who is the more dumb one in this scenario. They both look fucking stupid. I just don't... It's not that they necessarily look the same. It's that I don't really care to compare them. They're both fucking dumb. They both come out looking pretty stupid here. Like, it doesn't matter to me which one looks more stupid. I honestly couldn't care less. Why? Why does that mean they should be compared? I don't... You're giving me more reasons why I don't really care to compare them, and they both suck, and we should be talking shit about both of them. Like, that's what you've just said to me. I don't understand why saying this guy is worse in this situation than that guy really matters. They both look fucking dumb. Behavior's unbecoming of a president. The behavior is unbecoming of someone who's supposed to be the richest man in the world. They're both fucking stupid. They're both vile dipshits. Bro, what fucking tangent are you on, dude? That is not an appropriate analogy in any way, shape, or form. Explain to me how that analogy is appropriate. Explain how that maps onto this situation, please. It's just generally, oh, because there's two wrong things, this is the same as taking two wrong things and comparing them? All right. Well, you're going to say the same thing again, Cosmic. You failed to convince me as to why it's important to compare the two. So you feel free to compare them both in this situation. I'm going to go on saying that they're both fucking retarded. Because I don't think it really matters. They're both being idiots here. I just explained it. No? Yeah, a lot of people did. I mean, did you blank out the months of people defending him and saying how good it was that he was doing Doge? This is cosmic. This is a really, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, why does it matter that we litigate which one of them is worse in this discussion? I don't see the value here. What do we gain out of that?
The truth of what? I don't.
So you're saying it's not true that they're both vile dipshits doing stupid shit, and this is them both behaving unbecoming? I don't care, Cosmic. I don't care who's worse. It doesn't matter to me. They both suck, and they both should be they both should be shown for what they are. It doesn't matter who's worse. I'm not choosing between them. There's not like a binary choice here. If it were Trump versus Elon in an election, then that would be a valid point. But it's not. I'm not picking a side. I'm saying fuck both of them. It doesn't matter who's worse in this scenario. Okay, Cosmic. You're right. We should support Trump in this situation. So then it doesn't fucking matter. Literally doesn't fucking matter. They both suck. And I'm going to say they both suck. There's literally nothing you gain. You haven't demonstrated any value we gain from having to pick which one is worse in this. They're both being retarded pieces of shit. You have failed to demonstrate why it's important to delineate which one is worse. So you think Trump has no agency and that he's just doing whatever the oligarchs want? Is that your view of this government, Cosmic? That none of this is true? So then what's your point? What's your question even? That's not even applicable to this situation. It doesn't matter if it's not applicable to the situation. The hypothetical is unrelated. If you want to answer your question, in this hypothetical, which is not our current situation, it would be the oligarchs. But that's not our situation. Trump is the fucking dude here. Elon was one of the dudes too. They are both dangerous to the country. If you want to talk about right now who's more dangerous, it's probably going to be Trump. Because he's the one who's in office while Elon's out on the sideline. I just don't think, I don't think it matters, man. I think they both fucking suck. And I think like going through the minutia of who's a little bit worse in this situation. I mean, like, I guess we can probably say Elon is like crashing out a little harder, but I just don't think it matters. I don't know. I mean, Cosmic says it's really important for us to decide. I'm trying to understand why.
No, it's not important. It's not important, but I do think Trump is worse because at the end of the day, who's the president?
Yeah, that's my thought, I guess. But like,
yeah.
I just think this is a great opportunity for us to just fucking tear both of them apart, right?
Right.
Like if somebody asks me, if I'm having like a debate with someone, right? And they like ask me which one of these two do you think is worse in this situation, I'd probably say Musk is probably having the bigger crash out, but Trump is the one with a lot more negative influence, and he's the one trying to do this bill.
And he's the one with the power, too.
And he's the one with the power.
Because remember, Elon only has power, but he has not like Trump.
Yeah. But
power.
Like the nice thing is like, the good thing is I don't have to focus my ire on either one of them singularly. I can point to both of them and be like, they're both retarded here. Right?
They're both doing
and like
shit.
It truly doesn't really matter to me that much who's worse.
It doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, the one that really has the power is the worst one. Because
right now, yeah. If you had asked me like a couple months ago, I'd say they probably have a near equal amount of power. Right? Because Elon was doing his Doge thing sort of unfettered at one point. But even then, no, I mean, like, even then, Trump still had a little bit more power. Yeah.
Right, because Elon was, he had power, but he had power in a certain place, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He didn't have unilateral power to, go against the courts or trade deals that are just fucking up our economy. Right. He didn't have that kind of power where he's like doing all the other shit that Trump is doing. That Elon's power was restricted to Doge and Doge cuts. That's it.
Yeah.
Which is a lot less than being president. Because president, when you're being president, you're basically doing what you want, your agenda, right? You're implementing your agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, his it's a lot.
I want to move on because we all agree, regardless, all of us agree anyway, that both Elon and Trump suck ass.
Yeah.
So like that's a good place to end that discussion on. I want to move on.
This is called Retrospect.
To this.
Basically, I'm going to take a look at a take I had in regards to the whole Destiny situation. I'm going to analyze it, and maybe I was wrong. You guys let me know. And one thing he said, I think.
It's Abba. Are you listening to what he said?
No.
All right, let me bring it back real quick. I think you're gonna like this.
Espérate. Let me mute my mic.
This is called Retrospect. Basically, I'm going to take a look at a take I had in regards to the whole Destiny situation. I'm going to analyze it, and maybe I was wrong. You guys let me know. And one thing he said, I think he said something like, that was me a couple years back. I'm on Vyvanse now, which Vyvanse I think is like some kind of drug, ADHD. I don't know. He's like, I'm on Vyvanse now. I'm really just focused on political stuff. I want to stay away from the drama. It's like, I didn't realize they made a, finding God moment for druggies. You know what I'm saying? Like, how some people do a bunch of fuck shit for their whole life, and all of a sudden they go to church once and they're like, I found God. Like it absolves all the bullshit that they've just done. I don't know. It was such a weird way. Like when you're being said that you're doing a bunch of foul shit and you've hurt a bunch of people, and like mentioning the fact that you're on Vyvanse and you're a changed person. It's just like, I don't know. Something about it just seemed off to me. All right, pause. Okay. Watching myself talk is always funny because half the time I'm like, you shut the fuck up. And it's interesting to watch it now because I was just yapping, right? I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Actually, when this video came out, somebody I knew contacted me and she was like, Abba, I saw the video, it was fine, but the whole portion that you did in regards to Vyvanse and ADHD, I think you should look into it. And I was like, what are you yapping about? So I go to look into it and the funniest thing happens. I start reading this shit off, and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know ADHD was all, because we all have this preconception of what ADHD is, which is, Preach, you might agree, essentially it's like, you just can't focus for more than 2 minutes.
It's more than that, but what?
But it is more than that. I'm saying that's a general perception. Yeah. Anyone watching, you let me know, that's probably how we receive when we hear about ADHD. I start reading this stuff, and then I talk to her about it, and she's like, well, you know, there's this and that symptom, all this other stuff, and I was like, okay. And as I'm sitting there thinking about it, I'm like, wait.
Real recognize real. You look a little bit familiar.
Yeah. You know that Spider-Man meme where the motherfuckers stand, it's like, and then they're staring at each other? I was like, damn, a lot of these symptoms actually sound like stuff I went through. So I was like, fuck it. And she's like, you know what, if you really feel strongly about this, why don't you go talk to your doctor? So I called my clinician. I'm like, hey, can we get an appointment? He's like, sure, we'll have this conversation. He runs me through all the tests. They give you a bunch of charts. You have to have people around you answer the questions on the charts. And then I go to sit in for the results. So he sits down and he's like, so how do you feel? I'm like, same as before I did this test. It takes a couple weeks. He's like, cool. And he's like, so based off the readings, you have ADHD. And I was like, okay, word. And then I'm like, so what are we talking about here? Like, he's like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, like, give me a scale. Like on a scale of like, it's a minor problem to like, I'm a train wreck. Like, where would you put me? He's like, I give you an 8 out of 10. I was like, no, I need like a metaphor. He's like, an 8 out of 10. I was like, okay. And then as we're talking about my childhood and everything, I was like, oh, that's why like I was always falling asleep in class. I could never focus. One of the reasons I ended up not going to university or college is because I'm like, like I lose my mind being in the classroom and just I can't focus at all. And then I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then, oh, that incident here. And then he also talked about different symptoms, like how it can manifest. I was like, what would that look like? And he's like, hypersexuality would be one indication. I was like, oh, wow. And he's like, yes, you might engage in a lot of impulsive behavior, right? And it's not even necessarily that you enjoy doing these things. There's just an impulsivity that you can't help. I was like, okay, cool. So I'm like, how do we fix this? And he goes, well, there's medication. I was like, well, tell me more. He's like, Vyvanse. And I was like, wait, I know about this drug. So I'm like, fine, you know what, let me test it out. I mean, I like drugs, all kinds, legal, illegal, don't matter. So I take the pills, I go home, he gives me different dosages. He goes 20, 30, 40, 50, start at the lowest. So I take the 50. And let me tell you, listen to your doctor.
This nigga's a retard.
And I will tell you, it was the most insane day of my life. It's like, the best way I could describe it, the first time I took Vyvanse was, it's like your brain is in a room, the lights are always on, and then you take the medication and the lights turn off, and you're like, oh, this is what darkness is like. Like your brain just functions one way, and then you take this stuff and you're like, who am I underneath this this disorder? But I started taking the medication kind of regularly, and I'll be honest with you, it's probably been one of the most life-changing experiences. I think that's like top 3 for me. And it's been making me reassess a lot of things, because a lot of things that I just thought were part of my personality or part of who I was actually more so linked to the disorder itself. And I'm not saying the disorder is necessarily something completely separate from me, but the behavioral changes that came afterwards were so drastic that it made me reassess a lot of things. And I realized there is a world where you are hypersexual and you are being very impulsive and making really stupid fucking decisions. And it's just because you're not medicated. Does this absolve the person necessarily? No, that's not what I'm saying yet. If someone is dealing with something that they're not treating and they're engaging in bad behavior, it's possible that because it's untreated, that's really like the core aspect. But ADHD is a real thing. It is a bitch. And I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about when I said all that shit. So I should just own it. See? All right? And I think, I appreciate the claps, you know, I'm gonna do my thing. Okay. But I wanted to say this just because over the course of 10 years of doing videos on YouTube, there's been a lot of takes or opinions that have shifted for me over time. And as you learn, you grow, you learn, you try to reassess, but it's very rare that we have a chance to go backwards and reassess these things. And for anyone who might be discovering that video today, I hope that at least this video kind of serves as like a middle ground to say like, hey, I thought of this then, with more information, this is where I'm at now, and I want to present that to you guys.
So now, as let's see if, as the case stuff starts coming out, if he's gonna maybe change his tune a little bit on Tiny. We'll see.
Even like weirder for me because I am a functional adult. Like I have my own place. I clean I wash my ass. I do my homework. You know what I mean? I do my, I have a job and
Thanks for being functional, dude.
Yeah, I do.
Wash my ass.
I wash my ass. But with that in mind, there's a lot of inefficiencies in my day-to-day life. Like there's like this crippling procrastination, but it's like the dumbest fucking shit. Like very basic stuff that's easy to do will take me a long time to get it done. And then other things I could just spend 10 hours editing. And it's just like, why could I not just send this fucking email?
Because
like I'll tell you one of the most crippling things. I'll see an email, I'll look at it, and I'm like, all I have to say is like, thanks, I'll reply. And I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I just can't do it. And I just put it off, and it just causes all these extra problems for me. I'm like, why is this a problem? And I think with that, I was like, okay, now it's no longer an issue. It's like, this was causing a lot of that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm not actually, this isn't a part of my personality of who I am. This is a side effect of something that many people in the world have. And it doesn't mean that you're dumb or something's wrong with you. It just means that you particularly need to be lit up by something to give it 10 hours of your focus. But if you give it and you're lit up, it's going to be the best 10 hours of your life. If something doesn't interest you, don't even look my way.
Right. But the problem with that is you can't go through life only doing the things you're interested in. Exactly. And I think I realized this with my relationships. Not even just talking about like romantic. I'm just talking about even like familial or friendships. The biggest downside of this thing is
who is this person?
I was not doing the labor that's necessary to me.
Yeah.
From like ABBA and Preach?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, there's like long time like commentary YouTube channel. ABBA's a friend of Destiny's for a real long time, but he kind of, he's sort of distanced himself a little bit, just like everybody else. But now he's like, I guess in this video, he's coming out and saying, well, I guess Destiny had come and said that I'm a different guy now because I'm on Vyvanse. And he's starting to understand now with his finding out that he himself has ADHD and is taking Vyvanse that maybe Destiny wasn't blowing smoke up his ass. So we'll see if, after the case, if he, maybe reaches out again and starts to rebuild a friendship. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's fine and all, but again, I don't think, I have this, I don't know, moral thing, but to me, I don't feel like people are not there to judge other people, right? So you could sit there and judge the actions of one person, but you don't know the circumstances of why they were like there, or they were there, or whatnot, what led to that. And to me, I think okay, so for instance, I'm gonna use myself as an example, not Tiny, right? I've been on different forums and different even games where like are hypersexualized games, like a virtual reality kind of thing, right? And it's so easy to get caught up in in all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this person says this person says that, and you got it, and it's like, in a way, it's especially when you're younger, it's a kind of way to experiment on things, but not really do it. You know what I mean? You just kind of doing it through a virtual world avatar or whatever, but you're kind of experiencing it, but you can get sucked into that world. To me, Tiny was getting sucked into a world where everyone, or a lot of people around him, was into this sharing videos and making videos, and I think you easily get sucked into that world. And when there's no one there telling you, especially if you're keeping it pretty quiet, because he wasn't really going around telling a lot of people. I know his wife knew, that's his wife, you know what I mean? And I
Right.
think maybe a few other people knew. So there's nobody there telling you, bro, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. You know what I mean? And sometimes
Sure.
we all need that voice that tells us, maybe you should back up from this because this is not healthy. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
it could backfire, and if the shit gets leaked, it could affect you, be- you know, affect you in certain ways. So sometimes we need that little voice because, again, when you sucked into that world, and
So
everybody's going along with it. There's nobody telling you no, you shouldn't do this.
so
You
like
can make
yeah,
judgment.
there's part of that, but also like, ADHD specifically
Right.
affects your ability to like engage in proper judgment of
What I'm saying,
certain
that's the
situations.
normal person, right? Add
Yeah.
that the ADHD, add to that somebody who, has ADHD, and then now it's
And then
like new toy to
hypersexuality
play.
can come along with it too.
Right. And also it's like a new toy to play with, right? Oh my God, look, I'm experiencing this new thing. Like, I've never experienced this. I've never been there. I've never done this. Oh, this is kind of cool. These people are cool with it, and I've been doing it. And like, and oh, other people are doing it too. Like, it's like a new toy to play with because, again, it's like we all play around and experiment and do things in private and stuff like that. And we don't expect, I don't think he expected all his videos to come out, um, but I can't judge him for that. I think I would think differently if he proactively shared it, like in a way that was like, oh, here's me with so and so doing this, that, that. Like, I don't know.
I mean, again,
And
like the
parents,
point that Destiny was making was that like now that he's medicated, like he doesn't make those sort of impulsive decisions
correct,
anymore. And so
right,
ABBA, when he first said that to ABBA, not really understanding what ADHD was, he kind of dismissed it as like bullshit. But as he's going through his own journey of understanding that he has ADHD, and and as he talks about like getting treated for it, he's starting to realize that maybe there was actually some validity to what Destiny said.
What do you mean? I feel like I don't know. I don't discuss my sex. I don't think he
I
was
think he's.
discussing his sex life. I don't think he was going to his friends like Dan and Loner Box and Bisco and saying, "Hey, I'm doing this." I don't think he was discussing it with friends. Again, it's like,
You mean Dan can't get it up?
right. Well, but I don't think he was discussing with those people, or or other people probably close to him. But again, th- you know sometimes when you get caught you get easily caught in this, like I said, for instance, like I use myself as an example,
Has more access to Tiny Sex
like
Life than his own friends would in real
a
time.
virtual friend. So you could be kind of like experiment a little and say certain things, and be a little kinky on those things and shit like that. But they're not my friends, so they're not there judging me or telling me. And it could be very alluring, you know, but you have to know when to kind of like back out. But if you have ADHD, then that presents a problem because now you have a mental condition that
Affects your
impairs your
judgment.
judgment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wonder
impairs
what
your judgment.
happens if
And
I
that makes
fly
it
into
worse.
this black
I
hole.
mean, it's not like,
Let's see. I want to see what this does. Probably nothing.
not really. What do you mean that he has more access to his sex life? I've never seen Tiny discuss his sex life on chat.
Nothing? Huh. Oh. That's kind of a bummer.
Right. Because his enemies, again, there's a lot of people who are very, um, I, it, I said this to Jordan before.
Mm.
I don't hate anybody. I may not like what you did. I may maybe dislike you because you're a certain way,
Because you're a
but
fucking
hate
prick.
is a strong word. Yeah, he may be an asshole. Okay, fine. But again, um, I I never, but there in the internet breeds a lot of hate. I don't know why people feel like it's necessary for them to make uh comments, if
I mean, it's a form of
you know,
parasociality.
what's that mean?
Like, like, um, like one-sided social relationships, like how people sort of form like a relationship in their head with like a
Like
streamer they watch, sort of,
okay, I see what you
right?
um right, I understand now what you mean. Um yeah, they could do that, but at the same time, I don't know. I just people are proactively lend themselves to doing this kind of stuff, and it I oh my God, I don't want to use the word. I
Use
don't
it.
want to use the word. It's not productive.
No.
Sorry. It's not. I mean, like, you could be doing a lot better things with your time than sitting there in a forum,
No, that's true.
spewing hate towards another person. It's kind of, and some people take it even farther than that. They'll go after their family. Tiny, it happened to Tiny. They'll go after their friends, their family. Why? Why are you spending
Because
your
they don't have
time doing
anything
this
better to do with their
insanity?
lives. They feel emotionally invested because they
It's
formed a
reductive,
parasocial
right? To say, oh, you have
relationship with
nothing better to
people.
do with your I don't know. It's a bit reductive to me to say, oh, yeah, obviously you have nothing better to do with your life, so you got no. This. Oh God, I think there's something wrong with a person who does that, right?
Yeah.
There has to be because you're spending your time being negative, being
Being a negative Nancy.
being yeah, well, and judging people because oh, you don't live you're not up to the norms. Well, people are allowed. You said we live in America, right? We People are allowed to live how they want to live.
This
They
is
don't want
America.
to. If
Sorry.
they don't want to put their pants on left leg first and then right leg, they could do that. You know what I mean? Like there's no
I like to put
just
my
why
pants
are
on
you
head first.
head first, right? So, I think it's so counterproductive to spend your time
Well,
just
some
being
might say
a
it's
negative.
counterproductive to put your pants on head first, but you know what?
True.
I say otherwise.
It's a little bit of a struggle, right? But still, the bottom line is that I'm not going to judge that, though, right? Hey, that's how you want to do
I
your shit.
feel like if
I'm not
I
going to judge it.
actually was putting my pants on head first, I would give you carte blanche to judge that. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, like I feel like that's fair to judge me
What?
for trying to put my pants on head first.
No, I'm not going to judge you.
Okay.
I'm not.
I
I'm
mean
not.
that's very noble of you,
Maybe,
Karen.
maybe that's your preference. I mean, why am I going to dictate to you what your preference should be?
Well, because it's more about like the practicality of putting one's pants on head
Well,
first.
it may not be practical, but that's your way of doing things.
Well, not only is it not practical, you're not gonna get your pants on.
True that. You're
Right?
going to
So
struggle a bit.
like,
You're going to struggle a bit, but yeah,
well, I
you
don't know.
might
I mean, like, you're never gonna get
eventually
your
get to
pants
it.
on, right? Like, pants don't work that way.
Well, maybe you go head first and you start turning in your pants and kind of like all the way until you turn it completely around your body. I mean, who knows what you're doing?
You'd have
You
to
could
be
doing
real
some
thin to get your
some
pants on head first,
you
right?
you you might be doing some maneuvers there that I'm not aware of.
Some some serious laws of physics defying maneuvers right there. All right, let's get back to that.
In those relationships. So whether it being the replying in a timely fashion, making the effort to reach out,
Yes,
I find
the
phone shit
internet
super
does invade,
tedious.
but you
Like,
could
showing up for my friends in
also
person, easy.
uh
But like a lot of the
you
trying to keep in
determine how
contact,
much the internet is
sending
going to invade
thanks,
your
the
personal
sending
life, right?
well wishes, like
So it's
that was
like
impossible
it's
for me.
like
Yeah, me too.
Right?
I feel that.
And now with this, like I can reply to my mom very
me versus
quickly,
someone that
like
wants to
it
constantly
seems so
post on the
small,
internet. Oh, here
but that
I'm in
minor
the mall
labor
right
that you're
now
able to
shopping.
do on a
Oh,
regular
look at my
basis has
food. Let
such
me
an
take a
impact on the
picture of my
relationship
food.
dynamic.
Right? That's
And for
more
me, I think
invasive
it
because
makes
you're
it much
putting
easier for me
every
to be
aspect
present
of
for
your
the people
life
around me.
out there.
It makes
So
it
it's more
a lot
invasive,
easier for me to be
you
even
know.
present for
But I
myself
think
to
you
do
could
the things that I
control
have to do
that,
in the little ways in the day
how
to day.
invasive
So that's why I say it's been life
the
changing
internet can be
because
in your
I
life
just thought like,
by
oh,
not telling people where you are
like you're
constantly. I'm
supposed
at
to be like
work.
this because
I'm
it
here.
comes
I'm yeah.
naturally,
I'm
not
eating this.
recognizing there's an underlying
Uh,
problem that I haven't
I'm
dealt
at
with.
the
That's like
salon doing my hair.
literally, I
You
just
could
felt like it was
control that
part of me,
though.
and I didn't realize like
Yeah.
it is,
You
but
can
it's also
control how
separate
much
to
you
some
want to
degree, and
be
it's fixable.
invaded.
So
And
But for so many years, how long did you
when
just
you
feel
put
like that
yourself
was a
out
part
there,
of your
like Tiny,
personality?
I didn't
and
even
other
think it was like part of my
streamers,
personality. I just thought it
you
was me,
are
like
going
because I didn't even
to,
know what ADHD was. So when you're undiagnosed, like not a thing.
get criticism. And that criticism is nothing
So
wrong
for
with
me,
criticism. You know what I mean?
it wasn't
Like,
even a
yeah,
thing.
I
It was just
don't
me,
agree
right?
Yeah.
with what your
This is
point of
who I
view
am.
That's
is,
it.
Yeah.
but
You
to
know,
go
and
after people in a
it's
hateful
it's
way,
interesting now because you
threatening
start to
their
like
lives,
retrospectively look at
going
every
after their
relationship dynamic. You're like,
families,
oh, I
that
could
is
have done that differently,
that
consistently,
goes
and I could have spoken
to
to
a
these
place where
people
I could
differently,
never go.
family,
I could never
and
go there.
that's like
It don't matter what you've
that's a
done.
whole set of like it's almost like
You know, I may not
mourning
like what you've done,
Yeah.
because
but I
I
will
didn't
never
okay. So this is the two things that I'm thinking
target
of
your
when I'm going through this.
family
Is the
and
ADHD me,
friends.
or is who I am after I take the meds
You
me?
know,
And
it's crazy.
based off of that answer, I look back at everything in my life and
It's
say,
cuckoo
if
to me
the
when
new me
people
was
take it
there,
that
how
far.
much different would I have been?
And it
How
happens
much
with a
different
lot
would
of
those
streamers.
relationship dynamics have been? And then I go
You
through
know,
that mourning process because it's like
Jordan.
I didn't get to be present for
You know,
certain people.
you know you know who Jesse Dollamore is? He has a stream.
I don't think so.
Okay, he has a stream and stuff like that, and I listen to him, and uh, he had someone leave voicemail because he's a streamer, but he posts of an email that he has and also a phone number. And he's like, you know, you could call, leave a voicemail, and tell me what you think, or shoot me an email and tell me what you think and whatever. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was getting voicemails from this guy, and you could tell the guy was either babysitting a baby or something because you could hear the baby like was right on his lap, like right there,
Mm-hmm.
goo-gooing and whatever. And he's telling them in the phone, leaving voicemails. Oh, your wife is ugly. I'm gonna fucking rape that bitch.
Jesus Christ.
I know. Oops, I said the wrong word. Grape that bitch.
Well, we're
And
not on
she's a
TikTok. We're fine.
uh she's she's a cunt that like why? The guy is just a streamer. He's just putting out content because he didn't like what he said about Trump or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
People are
oh, I'm
fucking
gonna
savages, man.
why are I don't understand this mentality where people think it's okay to threaten people like that. It's
Uh,
to me,
it's because they're hiding behind a screen or phone. They won't have any real consequences.
phones can be traced. So, anyways,
Yeah, but like,
he
who's
does
gonna do that?
several voicemails threatening him, threatening wife, threatening to rape his wife and stuff. So they finally caught the guy. They caught the guy, and he's facing time. And as soon as they caught him, he admitted he did it. Like,
And then what?
because you could trace. Well, he's now facing charges.
Ooh, good.
It is good, but I think about shit like that and how we as a people, human, have gone to this place where it's like, you know, this is okay for me to call you and tell you I'm gonna kill you and rape your wife and your partner or children, or you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
it, it's crazy the world we live in nowadays. It really is.
I agree. It's cray. It's unbelievable.
I don't, yeah, being positive or trying to be a positive influence in the world is such a much better way, right? To use your time,
I think so, but
You got too much time in your hand, volunteer in a homeless shelter, volunteer. There's um,
people, people get a lot of positive
pantry.
reinforcement
There's a pantry in the
from
church that I
being
volunteer
assholes,
in,
so
you know?
that's unfortunate, but that's what happens.
You know, I don't know. Find better uses for your time.
I agree.
If this is what you know what I mean? If this is what you're putting out there, if this is all you have to offer the world, then maybe you should need to take a break and put the phone down.
Yeah, but they're not going to. I mean, look at the way it is. Like, I don't know. They're probably just watching in the background. Cosmic and Casper.
They go quiet from time to time and then they come back.
It's been a quiet evening. Not too many people talking today.
So this guy is made a video, and I bet he's getting criticisms for saying that, right?
What?
This ABBA person.
I don't know. I haven't looked at if there are
Is he getting
criticisms
criticisms for saying that now he understands?
Well, he didn't say it
why?
explicitly like that. I don't think he's going that far.
Okay.
But he's kind of hinting at it, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel so tired. They're being quiet. If Daniel's here, he hasn't said anything either. He's usually here.
I don't think.
We got a couple folks who like to just put me on in the background and lurk as well, so I'm sure there's a couple of our, or at least a few of our regular lurkers.
Lurking.
Mm-hmm. Which they're more than welcome to do.
I thought was it Cosmic? Are we supposed to have a debate with Cosmic?
Oh yeah, Cosmic wanted to argue with you about Andor.
Yeah.
It might be late
What's
there
up?
now. I don't know.
It's never too late to argue about Andor.
Well, I mean, last time he couldn't come up because it was too late. What's the name of the game? I feel so tired.
Well, last time he said it was late, but then he said we'll leave it for Friday. So,
but then we
I'ma
got
hold
into
him
like
to
a
that.
bunch of other stuff so far. So
what? It's Friday. He's good. He could come over, step on up, and have this debate with me
step on up, Cosmic.
about. So I'm up to episode 9. I'm gonna continue watching it, even though I'm not liking this fucking end. But season 2 looks bad, promising to me.
It's just called Star Wars. No, I didn't play it.
Yes, Star Wars Andor.
No, he was talking about a game on the Atari.
Oh no. Atari game, no. Was there a Star Wars game at that? Why did Atari stop making games?
Because your little guy going through space reminded me of a similar sequence in that game. Oh, cool. That's cool.
Well, I didn't get to show up to certain events. I didn't get to make them feel special or vice versa, or I didn't do the labor I needed to have certain opportunities.
Oh, your game you're playing.
There's this whole other life I think I would have lived. Because I'm already living a completely different life than how I was living now that I've taken the meds. Don't do what I did. I was definitely really stupid. Because like that shit hit me like brick, bro. I had physical symptoms that was crazy. I was buzzing for 2 days. I didn't sleep. I had like muscle cramps everywhere.
You know what they say,
I was like,
man?
and then now on the right dose, I was like, I'm chilling.
Play retard games, get retard prizes.
I'm playing?
That's what it is, bro.
Yo, so I
I'm
took the
playing
50 and I went on a
Dyson
date.
Sphere
First
No,
date.
you're stupid.
That crazy. I was sitting in that
And where's
restaurant just
Casper?
buzzing,
That you
bro.
could get
And you
back
were
to
actually listening to her?
making your methamphetamine.
She's like, you know what she said? You know what she said? She's
I
like,
don't know,
damn, that's
Casper's
crazy. Like, you replied
probably
quickly for
doing
the first
something
time.
else
I was
right
like,
now and just has me on in the background.
Yeah, I'll show up. And she was like, you just seem different. I was asking her questions and shit. I was paying attention. She's like,
Casper,
oh,
he's
she
waiting
felt
for
really
you to
seen and stuff.
continue your game.
I never went on a
like
second
your,
date, but it was a great first date.
Continue
And,
your work on your
We talked
business.
about like when you're interested
Quote,
in
air
something,
quotes,
very
business.
easy to do.
Hey,
But from a
listen,
work
it's
standpoint, there's a lot of things that you
completely
sometimes have to do
legitimate, right?
that's just not fun to do. And
In the game, it
the
is.
delays in that kind of throw everything off. So even like making this podcast happen,
But
or
not
making
if you
this
get
live show
caught, right?
happen,
Because there's cops and
it's
stuff you gotta
much
hide
easier
from. Now
now
you gotta dodge
to get
police.
all the little details done in place now that I'm taking this
Concept
stuff.
is kind of
because
funny.
of the fact that
it's amusing.
I don't have this mental delay where it's just like incredible labor to
Like
like
hiding
reply
from
to
the
an
police,
email
like,
or
oh, shit.
contact people,
Hiding
organize.
from the popo.
And I'm really happy that we're doing this.
Don't
This
get
for me
caught.
gives me an opportunity to like really flesh out ideas, to really go and like put effort into the preparation for large scale projects. I think when you're on ADHD, the easiest thing to do is to show up for things you're interested in. But sometimes doing the labor of things that are not as
Cosmic
fun for the
left.
stuff you're interested in, that's hard. So for example,
You think
doing
Cosmic
stand-up,
left?
writing can be really hard, but doing stand-up is the easiest thing. Why? Because there's stimulation, you're up on stage, there's bright lights, there's an audience. But the actual writing process, which is so important for improving,
Cosmic,
that's
are
a
you
lot
there?
harder. So, you know, for me, it's like in this line of work, I don't think I have a choice but to kind of take it, because if I don't, then I'm going to always stagnate. I think recently I wrote like a 10-page document for a video we were about to do. I did research on laws, legal
what do you
matters,
see?
everything in terms of statutes and
play
clause.
the
And I was like,
realm of
well, I can actually
speculation.
do
Where do you see
the necessary work so
this
that when we
Elon
come to do
and
the
Trump
video,
thing going?
I'm much more
I have
informed.
no
So
fucking clue.
I don't know. For me, it's been changing even from a work standpoint.
Do you feel like it's also giving you
How
a new
hard do you
sense
think
of
it's gonna go?
confidence and integrity? Just
Until they
being able to be like,
run
oh,
out
I
of
can
steam,
do this. I
guess.
can
have
sit
no
down
idea.
for 10 hours and organize myself. And maybe that anxiety that's underlying with a lot of ADHD
You
and
think
people
Trump
have
will try to
ADHD.
deport him?
You find that kind of having this new avenue in your
He
life
just
where you're like,
took it a whole
I
bunch of
wrote a
South
10-page
Africans. It was
document,
a
which is maybe
genocide.
something I didn't feel like I
According
could
to
do in high
Elon, there
school.
was a genocide.
You
I
find
have
yourself having
no
a different
clue.
type of
What's-
confidence now that you're on the medication.
Yeah, for
no
sure,
clue
for
what
sure.
he's gonna do.
I always
They're
knew I
both
could do a lot of the
pretty
things that I'm
crazy.
doing. I just wasn't always
It's going to be
confident
pretty
that I
interesting
had
to see where this goes. How
not
far
motivation. It's just
they're
like
both.
the capability of doing the things I
And
don't want to do,
I would say,
Yeah.
or the things that are not like.
and
standard.
I would
That's what I
say,
lacked before. And I think
coñazo,
before it wasn't a big
What's it on
insecurity. I'll
Google?
tell you why. I was aware that
para,
Huh?
not you. Mi
No, I
hermano.
couldn't hear you because the
Este-
video was going.
Oh. Since it's off,
Oh, now
you know,
you're
this
cutting
whole
in
thing
and
is
out.
gonna go. Oh, shit. I was in the kitchen, that's why. I said it would be interesting to see how far this goes. Because, you know, in a way, a part of me, you know, it's like, yeah, bring Elon to our side so that he can, you know what I mean? Like, we could get more people on the Democratic side, you know? It's a part of me says that. And then the other part of me says, nah, we don't need any more oligarchs getting involved in our politics. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's conflicting, you know, feelings. Like it could benefit us if we kind of jumped to the our side, but at the same time, we don't want oligarchs involved in politics and shit like that, you know. And again, what he was doing. It's like I say this thing I say all the time. Trump, again, he could be a great president if he did things the right way, right? And Elon, again,
he's not going to.
Right. And Elon, again, he could have been even more popular had he done Doge properly, right? Gone in there, found the right people, find, okay, go show me the programs, explain things to me, and then go over, what might be fraud and abuse, and then, with a scalpel, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
he could be
yeah,
fine,
I know,
right, right?
but
He could be fine right now. But
we
then,
knew that
the
wasn't
way
gonna
he just,
happen.
right, but the thing is, like, again, it's how he does things. It's not necessarily what they do, it's how they're doing it, right? Because at the
Hmm.
end of the day, we all agree, okay, yeah, we should maybe cut down on immigration. We all agree, right? It's not what they
Sure.
do, it's
No,
how they're
not cut
doing
down on immigration. It's that we don't need to crack down on immigration. What we should be doing is like making sure that people who commit crimes are, you know, like properly taken care of. But cutting down on immigration is not what we need to do. If anything, we need to be pumping up
it. Now,
legal immigration and making it easier for people to immigrate here legally.
right, but when I say that, it's like a general, I'm using it like a general umbrella or, blanket statement.
Hmm.
When I say, because we don't have enough judges to hear these cases, like, you know what I mean? And Biden's border bill was going to increase the judges to hear cases, to see who's legit, who's not legit. Um, they were gonna put X-ray machines so that you could see what's in trucks and stuff like that, so that
Yeah.
way they know there's not people in there being hidden in trucks, or even trafficking fentanyl, stuff like that. So again, we do need to it needs to be fixed. It's a little kind of crazy right now.
I mean, the border
Um,
issues need to be fixed,
but
right? But also, one of the most important things we need to be doing is um, making it easier for people who are actually going to be a benefit to our country, making it easier for them to actually immigrate here. That's really important. And that's something we've neglected. And it's one of the reasons why, like, illegal immigration is so bad in the first place.
Well, right, and a lot of people have invested so much time in grievance politics more than anything else, that they want to blame this person for this. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, yeah. But anyways, again, it's what I'm saying is we all agree, right? Things should be done to make it better, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to waste, fraud, and abuse, we all agree. We Democrats and Republicans, we all agree.
Yeah.
It should
It's
be
just
done.
there's not as
We
much
should.
waste, fraud, and abuse as they're claiming there is.
Right, but still, it'd be good to
Yeah,
see
like that's
someone
fine, but
cracking
the
down on
problem
that kind of.
is they're trying to use that and hide certain cuts that they shouldn't be making behind the excuse that it's waste, fraud, and abuse. That's the
Right,
problem.
right. It's the way they're doing things, right? It's not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily what they're doing. Like, again, it's the way they're doing it. And in Trump's case, he's trying to make the courts irrelevant. He's trying to make the Supreme Court irrelevant. He's trying to make the Senate, Congress irrelevant. He wants to do everything through executive order. Like, everything is going to go through me. I don't need
Yep.
to talk to the Senate to get approval on a trade deal. I can do that. I'm president. I don't need to talk to Congress to discuss if people deserve due process. I'm the president. And that's the problem. It's not what he's doing, it's how he's doing it.
Well,
And
some of what he's doing is pretty fucked, but yeah, some of it is how he's doing it too.
yeah,
Yeah, you're not gonna ever be able to eliminate all of it. I feel so tired.
right. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest about something. Like, you know, like, okay, so for instance, let's say I'm running for politics, right? And somebody said, I'm gonna donate to your campaign, a good amount of money. Can you make my nephew an intern? I don't see a problem, even though it's not right to do and it's
It's not
corruption. It
that big
should
of a
not
deal.
have done. It's a quid pro quo. I personally don't see a problem with that. Do you
It's
understand what I'm saying?
nepotism.
Like I
Yeah.
don't, I, I don't see a problem. There's certain things, there's certain good,
I mean,
um,
it's also going to depend on like exactly how it's being done, right?
right, right. But what I'm saying is, there's certain type of things that people consider corruption that I don't really see as being a problem, unless it becomes excessive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you are gonna, somebody said to me recently, like basically, like it's like what he was was saying, oh, there's a shadow government. I don't think it's shadow government. Even when the Democrats are in place, they think there's a shadow government. Yeah, because a shadow government would like to see Biden, do the CHIPS Act. You know what I mean? Like, no, there's not people out there. Yeah, there is people that are influential, but they're not influencing every aspect of government. And the way they position is like government is completely influenced by other people. Yeah, there's a certain amount of influence here and there. Is it completely influenced? I can't agree with that. I don't see that. I don't see it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear you. But not referring to you. I was speaking to somebody and they were like, "Oh, there's these people, they run the stuff behind the scenes." And I'm like, "No, I don't think these people who want to have a piece of the pie are sitting there talking to the president all day, um, influencing every aspect of government." I don't think that for sure. Yeah, do they want certain contracts to come their way, or maybe hire an intern that might be a cousin or something? Yeah, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Would I call that necessarily corruption then? It could be, but I don't see it as a corrupt, like corrupt thing. Like, really, silver is that? Mhm. Honestly, the way I believe Trump is running things, he said it before. He said it like, I only care about drill, baby, drill. Everybody else can do whatever they want." And I think that's what he's doing. I think he's letting Stephen Miller do whatever he wants. I think he's letting everybody do whatever they want. And he's not really overseeing much of anything. And then when shit hits the fan, and then you notice even when shit hits the fan, that reporters ask him like, "Did you see this?" And he's like, "Oh no, I didn't see that. Or I didn't
He
hear
really
about that."
doesn't
Because
like pay attention to any
I
of it.
don't think he knows. I don't think he knows a lot of the shit that's going on. And it's other people in his administration running the show, not running the show, but doing what they want in their respective departments, as opposed to um, I'm not talking about like running everything. I'm talking about like he runs things like, I think tariffs, he knows what tariffs are, and I think he's part of that tariff thing. But other things, I don't think he's part of that.
All right.
He's not even
Reading
interested.
dailies.
Like when they try to give him his, did you hear about when they try to give him his intelligence briefings? They were trying to do it in a, like a for. They were thinking of doing it in a like a TV host format so that he can pay attention to the intelligence
Yeah, I
briefings.
heard about that. That's crazy.
It is crazy because it's like our president, who should be aware of any prospective dangers or threats or whatever, is can't even sit down and have pay attention to the briefing.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I feel um, it's a lot, but it is what it is. Jordan knows. I'm just wishing and hoping that enough people get pissed off that we get a good amount in the House and the Senate. Mhm. This, and what's crazy too, again, like when I say that, I also think about it's crazy that these people think there will be no repercussions to what they're doing. Like they just do time guesser. He does time guesser after connections.
Yep.
I feel. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, but there's 5 compound words. Hmm. Yeah, ending with kinds of dogs. Yeah, nice. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the Moroccan team. Qatar Airways. Bengaluru. The fucking sticks. Smacking people with sticks. So I think this is in Kolkata. I'm gonna guess. I don't know where though. I wonder where the stadium is. That might give me a clue as if this is the right place. Here. That can't be it. Nope. Looks like it's gonna be a big fucking stadium. Big cricket stadium.
Mis amores. I'm gonna call it a night. I have more Andor to watch.
All right.
So I'm gonna watch my
Well,
Andor.
at least leave my stream on up in the background so that I get the view.
What bet? I'll leave it on.
I appreciate
It's
that.
muted, right?
Thank you. Yeah, just mute it. All right. I'll see you next time.
Bye, baby.
Bye.
Bye, Phil.
Where is this cricket stadium? No, I don't think so. They look like they have a lot of money. So it's going to be a nice stadium. That's a soccer stadium. Right? Unless they're tricking us and it's just kitted for soccer right now. Are there any other large looking stadiums like that? God, the resolution on these maps is dog shit from up when you get too high. I mean, cricket is the most popular sport, so I'm thinking maybe it's just been outfitted for soccer, but the shape of it, usually a cricket stadium is circular. And I know it's probably not right there, but like, I just want to make sure this is the right team. We're in West Bengal. Calcutta is big fucking city. It makes sense that they would have a big cricket team in a nice stadium. Well, it's definitely cricket. Oh, innings? Where did it say innings? Oh, first innings. Alright. Let's say here then. And then yeah, it's gonna be like really recent, right? Look at these phones. You think that's probably not it? Mm. Oh. Cricket Association of Bengal. All right. We're going to say here. Come on. Nope. In Bengaluru, India. Oh, no. And it was 25. Fuck me, dude. What? Is that Norway? I'm pretty sure that's Norway. See where there's like the harbor, like around here. Say here. And then we're talking like long ass time ago. What? God damn it. That's fine. We take those. We take those. Full aid to Russia, more planes, tanks, and guns. This has gotta be like World War... Is that... Strike now in the West. It's New York. Britain. You sure? Giving me New York vibes, but could be right. I'm gonna say 42, like in the throes of the war. What building is this? I don't know. We're just gonna go with this. I hope it's not New York. Okay. There we go. 1 year off. Nice. You take those. Ooh. The 50s? I think was the Communist Revolution. We'll say Beijing because we don't know where else the fuck to go. Ooh. Los Angeles. Taiwan. There was no way I was gonna know that. What the fuck? Ooh. It was like Dubai or something. Yeah. Yeah. So this has got to be on the Burj Khalifa, right? Or it's either the Burj Khalifa or like this guy here. I'm gonna guess the Burj Khalifa. Let's see these phones. This is giving me vibes of like 2018. But maybe I'm wrong. Nice. Man, 1 year closer. Would have been a perfect score. What do we got? Nice! Over 40,000. That's so in. That's so in. That's a bingo. All right. All right, what do we want to watch to close us out? Let's see.
Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a Christian or you're not.
I won't talk to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
Danny, you were the smartass in the room, according to Jordan.
People can see the frustration that we have with Peterson. I would say that atheists are not the only ones that are frustrated. Christians are.
We have two gay-theists on the panel that have said that I've bullied
See, like this
them.
kind of behavior. Look at this behavior.
Gay-theists?
It's called a joke,
Yeah.
sensitive
They're
man.
funny.
That's not a joke. God damn it. I love how like nowadays it's like, oh, I'm being a fucking offensive dick to you for no reason. But it's a joke. It's just a joke.
Talk over each other. When 20 committed atheists recently took on Professor Jordan Peterson as part of Jubilee's Surrounded series, it's fair to say it got quite intense, especially for Dr. Peterson. Two exchanges in particular took the internet by storm.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a
Yeah,
smartass.
this dude was
Either
kind
you're
of
a
an
Christian
asshole.
or you're not. Which one is it?
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Yeah.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Well, now, in the wake of that video, one of Peterson's young inquisitors posted on X, Peterson was no Christian. Let's move on. Are there any actual Christians that want to debate? Which is quite the challenge. But one that, of course, we on Uncensored are only too keen to facilitate. So making their uncensored debut from the Danny Phil Talk channel, Danny Shaw, and Parker from the Parker Get a Job channel.
Oh, Parker.
We arranged for them to take on two of the most notorious and fearsome debaters on the internet, who also happen to be conservative Christians. The king of blood sport debating, Andrew Wilson from The Crucible, and the equally forthright author, comedian, and commentator, Jay Dyer from the Jay Dyer channel. Welcome to all four of you. Well, let me start with you, Parker. Were you surprised by the reaction to what went down with Jordan Peterson?
Actually, no. I was actually expecting this to happen, as I knew before this, as I watched the Alex O'Connor debate against Jordan Peterson, that he was very, very not likely to, like being associated with Christianity. So I knew actually going into this that I was going to ask him a question specifically about whether or not he believes this to be the case, and that he would likely be not very upfront with his answer. So I actually kind of expected there to be a response like this. Now, I didn't expect it to go as viral as it did, as there are literally tens of millions of views on clips associated with mine and Danny's against Jordan Peterson all over social media. So it's actually really cool to see that, everyone across the board, whether it be Christians, atheists, Muslims, right, etc., actually see that, like, he's really not wanting to answer the question there because he doesn't want to be associated with Christianity for some reason.
And Danny, I mean, you were the smart ass in the room, according to Jordan. What's been your reaction to the fallout?
I'm generally happy that that people can see the frustration that we have with Peterson. I would say that atheists are not the only ones that are frustrated. Christians are, right? Here we have Peterson saying things like, yeah, I think Jesus might have resurrected, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, I might be a Christian in some sense. I'm a one-of-a-kind Christian. It's all wishy-washy. We're all frustrated, and I think that the video is the culmination of that.
Where is everybody?
Okay, well, the good
Cosmic
news, like I
is
told
like
you,
super
you found
uncharacteristically quiet tonight.
Far from shy Christians to take you on in this arena. Andrew Wilson, let me start with you. What was your reaction to these two and their showdown with Jordan Peterson?
I mean, I kind of have to agree with Danny a little bit. It's like, like people have been wanting this guy to take the position on whether he's a Christian or not a Christian forever. On the right, the left, center, basically across the board. Now, I'll always be in some ways grateful to Jordan Peterson. He was one of the first who kind of started the trend of standing up to the pronouns people, which was pretty epic to watch. But, ultimately, he's kind of a shell of his former self. He didn't look great going through that debate. He looked kind of run down. I think that him being on with the Daily Wire probably hasn't been great for him. He's not he doesn't have the kind of edge that he used to have. But ultimately, I mean, I was actually kind of glad to see it. It's about time we know, are you or aren't you? Get off the shit or get off the pot, essentially, right? Are you a Christian or aren't you a Christian? That's a fair question.
True.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest
and Jay, I mean, ultimately, these two young men on the panel today, they're sworn atheists. You obviously are not. So if you were actually conducting a debate about their atheism against your Christianity, how would you take them on, given what happened to Jordan?
Well, it depends on what you mean, Pierce. Depends on what you mean.
How would I take them on? Well, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could critique an atheist position. Most of the time I argue from the three branches of philosophy: epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. Those are just the three branches of any worldview, and everybody has a worldview, whether they know it consciously or not. So I would critique the foundations of the atheist materialist worldview to see if it's rational, if it's coherent, if it can provide a justification for knowledge or ethical oughts. So I think that would have been a much better route. In fact, Peterson used to kind of take that approach back when he debated Sam Harris. He would call out the is-ought problem with Sam Harris. When he debated Matt Dillahunty, he would call out the exact same types of preconditions for a worldview issue that I used to do, or I usually do. So I think that'd be a better route than just sort of having this ambiguous, Jungian position of non-committal, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to you, Parker and Danny, that I've interviewed Jordan Peterson a lot, maybe 5-6 times on Uncensored. Quite long interviews, often quite emotional. He's an emotional guy. I would disagree with Andrew about him losing his edge. I think he's still got the edge. I also think that, putting aside the whole debate about Christianity and whether he is or not, he's always been oddly ambiguous about it to someone who's so unambiguous about everything else. But that's his right. He's entitled to do that. As a force for good, though, for young men, I do think that in comparison, for example, to Andrew Tate, that Jordan Peterson has been a far better influence over the minds of young men of your kind of age than someone like Andrew Tate would ever be. Would you agree with that, Parker?
I actually would agree with that, although the bar is literally in hell.
Right. I mean, you must see some positives in the general messaging that Jordan gives for young men about wanting to improve their lives, wanting to empower themselves, opening up and so on. I mean, do you accept that about him?
I think it's good to open up, and I think it's good for men to want to improve their lives, but we also need to be very specific on what is improving towards their lives. And I honestly don't think that Jordan Peterson, within all respects, would be upholding that. But sure, I could say he's better than someone like Andrew Tate. I think that's pretty obvious.
Danny, what's your view of Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson when it comes to their influence on young men? Because it is huge.
Yeah,
we're both of them. I can tell you, when I walk around, most people under 25 who are male come up and they ask me either about Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson.
Jeez.
Yeah, I feel like the question is like asking a Republican, is Joe Biden better than Mussolini, right? I mean, it's such a vast difference. I would say that it seems like that Jordan Peterson has benefited people, mostly in the psychology realm, the whole 12 rules for life and stuff, which a lot of those rules seems to be rules that my grandma could tell me. But granted, the point is that, yeah, he's probably helped people. I have no problem saying that.
All right, Andrew, let's turn to some other issues here. One is Pride Month. Now, my view of this is I don't understand why we need a whole month for Pride. I don't even get an hour as a straight guy. So why do we need a month for Pride? And it's not because I'm remotely homophobic, because I'm not. I'm the complete opposite. I've always absolutely supported gay rights. I just don't get why we need to have a month of Pride.
Oh, Cosmic. There you are.
Beams Creatine is America's #1, and it's made by a company founded on values like hard work and delivering real results. Creatine is often dismissed as just for bodybuilders.
We lost you for a minute,
The truth
bud.
is, it's one of the most researched, effective, and safest supplements for supporting strength, brain health, and longevity. Quality matters, of course, and Beam Creatine delivers. There's no fillers, no sugar, and nothing synthetic. Just clean, science-backed creatine for strength, focus, and results. We've teamed up to give you up to 30% off their best-selling creatine for a limited time only. Go to shopbeam.com/peers and use the code PEERS at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/peers, PIERS. Use the code PEERS for up to 30% off. These sales don't happen very often. This is the lowest price you'll find anywhere for a product of this quality. Go to shopbeam.com/peers and use the promo code PEERS for up to 30% off.
In just the last 7 days, 8,368
nice
men
little
have
walk,
clicked the link on one of our
walkie-poo.
ads that you've probably seen on the internet, put in their personal information in order to register to watch a 60-minute video that explains the exact process that we use to walk men through quitting this at the root of their problem. And the reason that they're doing that is probably just like me. I tried all of these other things, blockers, accountability partners, apps, all of these external strategies. I tried just reading this book more, which apparently I'm not allowed to say the name of this book on paid ads, otherwise I get flagged. So if you hear me use the P word or the B word. It's just for compliance. But the point of the matter is you've tried all of these things and none of them are working because you're trying to resist the behavior, right? And you've noticed that these blockers or accountability apps and maybe some other strategies that you've tried are
Is
focused
this an
on trying
ad
to
for
prevent
like an
behavior.
anti-porn
The behavior
app?
is not the problem at all. The behavior is actually a symptom of the fact that you have some desires for something that you want to quit right now, which is kind of interesting, right? Like normally you have a desire for things that you want. You're experiencing a desire for things that you don't want. And the reason that that's happening, the next layer deeper, is because you have some root issues that are causing that kind of unorthodox dynamic going on inside of your brain. And until we actually start to dive into the real root problem, you're going to be stuck in this cycle of resisting temptation, failing, resisting and failing, because you're continuing to exist on a surface level strategy. And so if you're ready to take this a few steps deeper, at this point I looked up the number, 310,401 men in totality have registered to watch this 60-minute training that's going to explain the exact process of discovering your unique root issue. And so if you're ready to stop playing around with these surface level strategies and you're ready to stop all of the frustration and disappointment and just this resist fail cycle, what I want you to do right now is click on the learn more button. It's somewhere on this page and register to watch that video. It's 60 minutes long. And I would just ask yourself the question, man, like, is 60 minutes of your time worth permanently breaking free from this, right? Getting out of the resist fail cycle permanently. So I don't believe that it's a coincidence that this was placed in front of you right now. I can't say the G word either, right? I don't know why, but click the link on the page right now. I promise you that when you go and you watch that video, just don't watch the full 60 minutes right now. Just commit to watch the first 5 minutes, and I promise you that you're going to have a confirmation.
Oh, I thought it was in the video. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. I thought it was embedded for some reason.
AstroTurfed. I mean, to be honest, right from the very beginning, it's been AstroTurfed. It was always pumped full of government money, NGO funding. It was pumped full of corporate money. There was an article that came out, you can find in the Drudge Report, came out today from, I believe it was Daily Telegram. It was pretty interesting. They went over, you know, a lot of the modern Trump administration and what they have done with their executive orders. A lot of companies have begun moving away from trying to kind of fund this, and it hasn't been popular for the last couple of years anyway. There's been a lot of pushback on various large corporations, companies, and NGOs for trying to pump kind of artificially these organizations. One of the things that article points out, which I tend to agree with, is that, hey, look, ultimately, when these companies are doing this, people lose trust for them. You remember there was a big thing with Target not that long ago. Anytime this comes to light, there's actually a backlash. People can kind of see that it's artificially held up. There's no reason for it. It's silly. It has never really been about gay rights. It's
what do you
been
mean
about
there's no
weird.
reason for it? What do you mean?
It's
what do you mean there's no reason?
Well, because it's always
What do you mean there's
really
no reason
about,
for it, right? They're,
yeah,
they're bullies like you.
Do you want me to answer?
Right?
Do you want me to answer the question or no?
Yeah, you can go ahead, and I'll explain to you why I think there's the reason after.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no real reason for it. It's been about pushing sexual perversion. It's never really been about anything to do with homosexuals themselves not having rights or having rights. It's never been about that. It's been about weird gay pride parades and all kinds of weird sexual stuff. It really has never been about that, and that's what the American people think. That's what they see. That's why you see companies moving away from it.
No, I don't think that's true. Look, they're gay people, like let's take you for example. You're the reason, right? When I first talked to you, right, we were having a normal debate about, I think, morality, and then you randomly asked me, "What's your, are you a homosexual?" As to,
and you were, right?
Down, right? And then
right?
also with.
But hang on, was I right though? Was I right?
I'm not homosexual. No, I'm married to a woman.
You said that you were bisexual. You said that you were bisexual.
Right.
That's homosexual.
Does not the same as bisexual.
There's certain
ways. Terms, but
look, there's certain ways that people conduct themselves.
People like you and Jay Dyer bully LGBTQ people. That's why it's pride, because of the kind of stigmas that you promote.
Okay, so here's the thing that's so funny about this is, like, if both me and Jay Dyer, both of us assumed that you were a homosexual and both of us were right. That's what's so funny about it.
Again,
we both assumed you were
gay,
and we were both correct that you were gay.
Andrew, is there anything wrong with him being gay?
Huh?
Is there anything wrong with him being gay?
There's a problem with you guys supporting NGO-funded kind of AstroTurf program to promote rights, which aren't even about promoting rights.
Was that a response to what I just said?
The whole ordeal
Yeah, super
here
yikes.
is, well, what's the prompt, Parker? The prompt is about pride, and so you're supporting an astroturfed, completely astroturf NGO-funded thing. It has nothing to do with gay rights at all, and people don't like it, Parker. They don't like it, Parker.
Well, Parker, I would ask Parker this. Look, I mean, look, Andrew, you said some things which I completely disagree with about this issue. You said women will never truly understand why men find homosexuality so depraved. We don't think there's a problem there. We know there's a problem there. I'm a man. I don't find homosexuality remotely depraved. I think people's sexuality is what it is. So I don't agree with you with some of the statements you've made. However, Parker, I am increasingly bemused why, when there are so many important things in the world to worry about, we devote a whole month to gay pride. Why do we?
There are plenty of things that we specifically have months for to celebrate that I think are incredibly important. This, in this specific example, is incredibly important because of the dehumanization and the bigotry espoused specifically by people like Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson, and explicitly kicking people off of their panels because they're gay, right, or because they're homosexual, which I think is incredibly ridiculous.
But you know,
right?
as well as I do, Parker,
can I please finish?
If you
Can I please
compare
finish, Piers?
look, well, hang on. I would say, if you go back 35, 40 years, I would completely agree with you. But the idea that that is still the case today, I just don't feel it. Do you? I mean, certainly young people in particular do not. It's just moved
Piers,
on.
Respectfully, how would you know as a straight person?
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined.
Like, how would you, do you experience it?
Why are you assuming my sexuality?
I want to talk about, Piers, I want to talk about my experience. When I went viral, Piers, when I went viral, right, I had people message, calling me the F slur, saying I had a gay lisp, right, when I'm married to a woman, right? If I'm not even a homosexual, and if people are bullying me for that, I can't imagine what actual homosexuals have to go through. So
what is, if you don't mind me asking, given it's now been sort of raised and I'm not quite sure, are you straight? Are you bisexual? What's the deal?
I'm bisexual. I've been married to a woman happily for 5 years, and we're monogamous.
Okay.
Two gay theists. I want to chime in. We have two gay theists on the panel that have said that I bullied them.
See, like this kind of behavior. Look at this behavior.
Yeah, that's called a joke. That's called a joke.
Yeah, it's such a joke.
Oh my God, look at this behavior. This behavior is out of control.
You are two gay theists.
It's too much bad behavior.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold up. Are you guys Christians? I thought we're supposed to be loving to thy neighbor.
Yeah, well, the only thing also telling you when it's wrong.
Don't you love trans people, Parker? You said that you would date a trans person. Remember that? Or
yeah. And what's wrong with that?
I think that
what's wrong with that?
I guess you are more loving than me, than Parker. I wouldn't date a trans person.
Okay, but, okay. Is that supposed to be like a critique of me?
Guys, these dudes are so fragile.
I asked you as Christian.
They're so fragile. They're so scared of somebody even suggesting that they're gay. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So earlier in the first section, when we talked about Peterson, we were talking about what was good for men.
Yeah.
And whether Tate was good or Peterson was good. And now we're talking about ethics in the sexual domain, which there's no basis in their worldview for anything to be morally, objectively right or wrong, other than their personal preferences. So if there's nothing objectively wrong, there's no reason why bigotry is wrong. Why is bigotry wrong?
Well, support your claim. Don't run from your claim. Support it. Right? We have no. You're saying we as atheists have no basis of morality. Support that.
Yeah. No epistemic basis for getting an ought from an is.
Yeah, that's a claim. Okay. Well, you're saying atheists.
No, it's an argument. It's a famous argument.
Right? You're saying that atheists can't account for morality. So what's the argument for that?
You can't get an ought from an is the argument. Back to Hume.
It looks like you don't know what an argument is.
Okay, but like you don't need to derive in a morality like from an is in that sense. And actually you kind of can. You just don't know what that is. Like you don't understand the evolutionary roots of morality. You don't understand how that applies. It's your lack of understanding of the material that leads to that ability to form a moral framework that is getting in the way of your understanding how an atheist can develop a morality.
Come on, reason. Try to go from one line of reasoning to another. Do you know what an argument is?
You cannot get an ought from an is. You're an atheist. In a materialistic worldview, there's no oughts.
What does that have to do with atheism?
In a materialistic, atheistic worldview, there are no oughts.
first of all, I'm not a materialist.
So technically, there are no objective oughts. There are subjective oughts, and we can form oughts within the frameworks of our society, within the subjective positions that we take on them. Your statement makes an assumption that somehow morality has to be an objective ought, but that's not true. There's no reason for that to be true. You're just assuming that it's the case because you're assuming that it's the case. There's an underlying tautology in your logic.
And that's just another claim. That's just another
claim. Not a claim, it's an argument. It's a famous historical...
Look,
you don't know the difference between a claim and an argument.
Claim, you can't defend it.
It's a famous historical argument, but it's not a famous historical answer or fact. The argument is flawed. The argument you just made is flawed. It's tautological at its root.
It's an argument. It goes back to David Hume.
I don't fucking care. He keeps saying David Hume as if that makes it right. He's literally arguing from authority.
You don't know the difference between...
Look what just happened. Look what just happened. This guy said...
What just happened is that you didn't know the difference between an argument and a claim.
Why are you over-talking me? Why are you scared? Let me talk, right? You just claimed that atheists don't have a foundation of morality. I asked you to defend it, and then you said, you can't get an ought from an is. What the heck?
That's the argument. That's correct.
Where are you going to get from that premise, right? You can't derive that.
It's an argument. It's not a premise. It goes back to David Hume. You just didn't know that.
Okay, can we look? I think we're moving slightly
yeah,
off topic.
But the problem with that position, I feel so tired, is that they can't demonstrate an objectivity beyond to that morality. Like they claim that morality is objective as dictated by God, but they can't actually demonstrate that. They can't demonstrate that morality has to be an objective ought. They just can't. They just claim it is because of their religion. So he's making a mistake because he's not outlining the fact that that underlying his entire argument is a tautological statement, which is that an ought is an ought, essentially, and that it comes from God. Sure, but nature is a tautology that we actually have evidence of. Like, we can point to the fact of evolution and use it to describe why we hold certain moral positions in society. Some of them come from evolution, and then we can look at how our society is developed, and we can explain why we hold other we can explain why we hold other socially based moral positions. What you can't do is prove that a divine source is what leads to those moral positions, an objective source.
Let's bring it back to Pride Month. I want to play something which has had a lot of people talking on social media. This is Sesame Street, where all the puppets holding hands, making up the pride flag, and they say, on our street, everyone is welcome. Together, let's build a world where every person and family feels loved and respected for who they are. Happy Pride Month. I guess I would say, Parker, again, the problem with this is it's this kind of enforced virtue signaling. It reminds me in a way, for very different reasons, the day in the George Floyd fallout, when everyone had to do a black square on their Instagram, or somehow they were racist. And I refused, and everyone called me a racist. I went, why does putting a black square on my Instagram make any difference to anything? Again, with this, if you don't go along with the Pride Month stuff, then somehow you must be homophobic, is the kind of way this all seems to work. And I don't like that. I don't understand why we have to have any more these enforced things, where everywhere you go for a whole month, everything's Pride. Why? Why can't you everyone just get on with their lives? Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone and is critical for maintaining muscle mass and bone density as we age.
I mean, nature is just a substitute for, observable existence. I don't really use the term nature personally. And if you're like going to come back at me with, you know, sort of solipsism, then I don't really know where to go with that, because it's a solipsism and it's just kind of like you can only account for that so much.
Jacked Up Fitness has the perfect tool. The Jacked Up Power Rack Pro is the ultimate all-in-one home gym system for a full body workout, and you can do it in your spare room or garage.
What's good?
I'm delighted to say I now have one myself. So if you're new to...
You see the riots in LA?
What?
The riots. The ICE, have you seen them? You should watch all those videos here in LA. Tons of them. It's crazy.
Huh. I mean, at this point, these don't seem like nearly as bad as like the BLM riots. We'll see what happens. I'll keep an eye on it. So the problem is we need to establish process philosophy rather than relying on Aristotle. Intrinsic nature and substance. Christianity maintains the theological definition of nature, which it uses to defeat the naturalist or atheist in arguments as if atheism were a faith. That's not even a good argument. Because their tautology is essentially invented. We actually have a basis of looking at what's in front of us and being able to create predictable models. They don't have that. One of these is evidentiary, one of these is not. The idea that somehow defeats an atheist argument doesn't resonate with me. Yeah, but again, like when you get to foundational justifications, sure, saying like nature is tautological is true, but there's a difference between like presuppositionalist tautology and like a non-presuppositionalist tautology. Like theirs is based on a presupposition of, you know, some sort of entity or deity, and our position is based on the existence that's in front of us. Which I mean, you're always going to eventually boil it down to some level of presupposition, but like the presupposition based on the thing that's, you know, verifiably in front of you, is not the same level of presupposition for one that isn't.
Strength training, there is a whole library of full body video workouts. You just press play and you follow along. With top quality equipment and first class content, Jacked Up Fitness makes your fitness goals accessible and convenient. We've teamed up to give you 10% off the Power Rack Pro. Visit getjackedup.com to sign up for the free program and use promo code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, for your discount. That's getjackedup.com.
Eid al-Adha is almost here, but for families in Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen,
Yeah, so like a way that I would respond to this is by saying that because of the bigotry and dehumanization that exists in our society, it's important to have these things for acceptance to decrease the level of bullying that exists in our society targeted towards the LGBTQ plus community. Now, no one's saying that you have to go to Pride, Piers. No one's saying that you have to involve yourself with Pride. When I go outside, I live in Los Angeles, I don't see rainbow flags everywhere. So I'm confused what you're talking
in Los
about.
Angeles,
you walk down the street and just,
you must be joking, but you can barely move in Los
I live in Los
Angeles.
Angeles.
I've got a house in Beverly Hills. You might as well put a pride flag over the whole place.
I'm sorry. I've been to those areas. Not pride flags aren't everywhere. And one, you live in Beverly Hills, right? That's specifically like not even right next to downtown. So that's where most of the rainbow flags would be if you've actually been to LA recently.
Here's my serious point to you. If you actually want to do something constructive for, say, the trans community, for example, wandering around with LGBTQ plus, and no one can ever remember now how many letters and digits there are on these.
You just said it.
It gets it gets bigger and bigger, and I've seen one with 2 in it and all sorts of stuff, a 2-spirit, whatever. It's all
it is IA plus.
Yeah, I know, but then
That's
there's
it.
2 and everything. It gets ridiculous, right? And this is the problem with these things. It's never ending. It's like there were 2 genders, then there were 10, then there were 80, then there were 100. All of it's nonsense to me. However,
it wasn't like this, then that,
if you want to think that, it's a free world. Here's my point. If you actually want to make a constructive difference to, say, the trans community and trans rights and protect trans people, then the absolute worst way to go about that is the way that the trans lobby has tried to do.
I mean, yes, but there's a level. Okay, so we're talking in some ways we're talking about like redefining like the basis of understanding of how we interpret the world around us. Like we understand that models are abstractions, right? And the universe itself is a closed system, as far as we can say. There are going to be foundational axioms that are tautological in nature. There's no way for us to know if, any of our theories that are multiversal, for example, there's no way to know if those aren't based on foundational tautologies. We just don't know.
By eroding women's rights in things like women's sport. That has exposed so many trans people to mockery.
Yeah, because otherwise we'd just be kind of paralyzed. We have to create models in order to make use of the information that we have in front of us. Inherently, looking at that information and interpreting it is tautological in nature when you drill down to it. But there still is the utility. Yeah, but we just don't have the ability to like go beyond model based like interpretations of reality. Like, not until we could do something like simulate an entire universe could we really do that. And even then, it's still going to be tautologically based to an extent. Perhaps if there was a way to go outside and understand the mechanisms by which the universe came to be, we might be able to move beyond that. But even then, like I said, those understandings may be tautological in nature too, and probably are to an extent, right? And then you're dealing with an infinite regress. And if there's an infinite regress, you're never going to be able to account for tautologies. I don't really see how that's problematic, as long as it's useful. Until it's no longer useful and we have to find another way to do it, I don't think that's really problematic. I mean, it's problematic from like a philosophical understanding perspective, but we still derive utility out of it. At least for right now, the way we see things now, the most important thing is the utility we derive of them. When we get to a point when we're knocking on the door of those tautologies, well, then we can deal with that when we get to it. Right, but the Christians go a step further and they apply some other nature to that nature. One that we can't account for. To me, that is a fundamental difference between the two positions. And I think that is reconcilable. Or even Cosmic One could say within an expanded view of what that system is. The issue is still the same, which is one is that we just can't account for that, right? There's no way to account for that expansion to the system or something external to the system. I think that line is very, very clear. I feel so tired. I think that line is extremely well delineated. While if you're going to boil it down to like, okay, these are fundamentally based on tautologies and that's the only thing we really care about, then from that perspective you could say that. But realistically, that's not the only thing we care about. Yeah, certain precepts of modern philosophical thought are based on tautologies, but at the end of the day, you have predictable systems that are predictable enough for us to use them to, well, at risk of sounding repetitive, predict things. Christians cannot use their framework to do that. And I am largely utilitarian when it comes to the philosophy of science, and that's going to be the most important thing. Like, yes, philosophically, certain things are based on tautologies, but when you have that level of predictability, the line isn't so blurry anymore.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Sure. Well, Cosmic, that depends on the type of God that they're invoking, right? The type of God that these Christians are likely invoking flies in the face of a lot of that predictability. A non-interventionist sort of God system is, yeah, you're not going to be able to use that argument against them. In that sort of a system, the burden falls on them to prove their positive claim, in which case it's, there's a few well-known arguments that apologists use, but they contain certain logical leaps that are generally pretty easy to dismiss. I mean, it's really not that useful. I don't think it's that useful. I mean, they'll still make the argument, right? William Lane Craig used the ontological argument, the first cause argument. Like, he did that shit for ages. It hasn't changed. It's still the same. And he still uses it. Correct. Which is the central one to their position, and the one that they're making a positive claim on, and therefore have the burden of proof on. Because everything else would fall in line with their position, right? If it's like a non-interventionist God. They're making like the first cause, the first mover argument. Or sometimes like the fine-tuning argument, which is kind of laughable to me. Yep. The knots they twist their brains into, the mental gymnastics. Just to believe a thing. It's almost as if you have to go through that much mental gymnastics, maybe your position isn't as strong as you thought.
Abuse and the rest of it. And I would say that rather than spending all this time and effort and money on flags in Pride Month, what about just actually getting people together to understand that eroding women's rights is the worst possible thing to promote trans rights? Would you accept that?
Okay, so then if we were going to be talking about eroding women's rights, we'd have to talk about people that, you know, someone like Andrew Wilson supports, like Donald Trump, who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, who bragged about walking the changing rooms.
Let's stick to my question. Don't bring Trump into it.
I promise you I'm making a point relative to this.
All right.
He bragged about walking...
Smoky man, bad. Smoky man, bad.
You're very childish. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms.
All you can do is focus on me. You can't even answer to his question, dude.
Just, bro, because you won't shut the fuck up.
Man, bad.
You're cutting me off.
Dude, he's so irritating. Parker, just fucking ignore him and keep talking, dude. Like, he's a fucking child, bro. Just let him be a child. If you ignore him, he'll eventually stop.
Right now. Respectfully, I'm trying to answer it right now, but you're not allowing me to.
Okay, well, answer without distracting into Trump and stuff. Just answer the question.
Well, I'm giving an explanation, right? So he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without
forget Trump. Forget Trump.
I promise you I'm making a point here. Would you like me to
You have to get to the point a bit quicker. Come on.
I promise you I am. I've had 15 seconds. Okay, so specifically, right, people like Andrew Wilson do not call that type of stuff out when it's explicitly harmful towards women's rights.
You're playing whataboutery. I'm not interested in whataboutery. Because I haven't done that. So as somebody like me, talk to me, Parker, talk to me, right? As somebody who has always supported...
I was going to refer to trans
someone who's always supported trans rights, trans people's rights
to...
Well, I have always supported trans people's rights to fairness, equality, and safety. Right to the point...
So I like to use the term virtually falsifiable cosmic. Because technically, it's not fully falsifiable. But it's as good as falsifiable, right? The classic, that which can be asserted without evidence, can be dismissed without evidence.
That it began to erode into women's rights to the same thing. And that's my point to you. Why waste all this time, effort, and money on virtue signaling for Pride Month when in fact there's a real problem going on which remains unresolved because too many people on the left and too many young people go along with this absolute farce of trans athletes in women's sport, which exposes trans people around the world to extra mockery.
Hi, I'm Madeline, designer on the women's team at Viore, here to talk
fucking
about
good
our
for
Halo
you,
Essential
Madeline.
wide leg.
And abuse.
But you'll condemn the mockery and abuse from people like Jay Dyer, and these are the mockers. You condemn that.
Not all people get revelation is not a positive claim. You're saying inherently that revelation exists. There is a positive claim within that claim.
So I'm saying you're going to get the mockery when there is something so obviously grotesquely unfair.
Can I respond?
Parker, you got your hand up very politely, so answer me without mentioning Donald Trump or Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, okay. So I can't mention the person on the panel, but specifically in terms of trans people are not specifically going to be harmful towards women in these particular spaces, given that they've met the conditions of multiple years of HRT.
Have you been okay, sorry. Hang on.
Let me finish.
Parker, you can't make it.
Parker,
literally, as you
let
said
the kid
this,
finish.
Today, it's been revealed.
Finishing, Piers.
Let him have his fun.
Wait a minute.
I'm trying to explain, Piers.
You talked about safety.
This is disingenuous.
Literally today, the Algerian gold medal winner in the Paris
haven't been able to
Olympics,
speak.
women's boxing has been
Piers, can I
revealed
speak?
to be a man who should never have been competing.
Piers, can I speak?
That's
Piers,
why.
You know how people feel when they're on your panels and you mute them,
Can I speak
Parker?
without interruption, please?
All right, answer.
I've been incredibly nice on this panel. I would love to be able to speak without interruption. Is that okay, Piers?
Yes, but answer my question.
Yeah, I was trying to answer the question. You cut me off. So specifically, I don't think trans people in these spaces would be harmful after multiple years of HRT and or not going through a male puberty, as I've seen no good evidence from any scientific studies that indicate that there would be an unfair biological advantage
Imam
at that
Khalif,
point.
what are you
Not
talking
to say, listen,
about, man?
Listen, I'm still explaining.
Parker, you're
Listen, I'm
talking
not-
complete gibberish,
Can I
man.
please finish?
Imam
sticking on the
Khalif has
trans
literally
issue
just
is
been
just-
exposed.
It's
as
not
a
the right time,
biological
Parker.
Male who won a
You gotta just. I know you're super audience captured, but like, right now is not the time to stick hard on the trans issue. It's just not. Okay.
Olympic gold in
I agree,
women's
Cosmic.
boxing and beat up an Italian boxer, woman, so badly she quit in 43 seconds and said she thought she was going to die in the ring. So the whole argument you just put forward is literally disproved by a news story today. That's the point I was making to you. Of
Piers,
course
have
it's
they got-
dangerous.
Piers,
When you allow
Piers, have they-
biological men to get in a boxing ring and beat up women, it is dangerous.
Piers, has that person been through multiple years of HRT?
I don't know. I don't care.
Then they haven't
That
met my set
person
of
is a
criteria.
man.
So how is that a critique of my worldview if they haven't met the set of criteria that I mentioned? Can I please finish? Can I please mention? Can I please mention? Right. So again, let me please finish. Right. I am saying, what if they meet this set of criteria, then they can play, and there's nothing unfair biologically
Yes, there
speaking that you
is,
can
though.
identify.
This is where you're so
scientifically
deluded.
speaking.
You're
No,
so
no, this is
deluded
just you.
because
No,
even
no,
if you
no,
have
Piers,
all the
Piers,
if you
Piers,
have
let me
all the
respond.
treatment,
Let me
you
respond,
still
Piers.
retain
You're
the
not allowed
body
to.
mass,
This is
the
incredibly
muscle
disingenuous.
mass, the lung capacity. You retain all the biological advantages of being born
Not after
a
multiple
man.
years of HRT. Not
Yes,
after
you
multiple years of
do.
HRT.
Yes, you
Wait,
do.
you want to bet, Piers? Piers, put money on it. You said you retain every biological advantage.
Muscle
given
mass,
that you have gone through multiple years
lung
of HRT.
capacity.
You don't think muscle mass
You want to
can
bet
one
your
capacity goes
entire
down?
savings of your entire life
Let's
that
bet
I'm right and you're wrong?
Piers, let's bet $1,000 right now that there are lower biological advantages that would specifically exist given that someone goes through multiple years of HRT, right, relative to estrogen.
No, you're missing my point.
Bet
which
that.
is,
Take that bet.
No, you're
Take that
missing
bet.
my. No, you're missing my point.
Are you going to accept the bet? Yes or no?
You can have
yes or no?
all the HRT treatment you
$1,000,
like.
Piers.
You can have all the
$1,000.
testosterone. But hang
He's not
on.
going to accept it.
Let
He
me
won't do
answer.
it.
Let me answer.
Crashing
I'll tell
out.
you the bet I'll make. If you want to bet the $1,000,
I know,
you
this
wanna
is
bet the
really
$1,000
old. This is an
that if
old
you go
argument.
through testosterone reduction treatment and the rest of it, that you come out of it with a reduced muscle mass or lung capacity or the other things that give men an advantage. Take that bet for me.
Yeah. So I will bet after multiple years of HRT, specifically relating to estrogen, right, there is a reduction in muscle mass. You want to take that bet, Piers?
No, it's bullshit. Andrew Wilson.
Okay, let's take that bet. You
Andrew
want to take
Wilson.
it, yes or no?
Andrew Wilson.
Yes or no? Do you want to take the bet?
I'm letting Andrew respond to you.
Yeah. So when you're talking specifically about this the whole LGBTQ thing has backfired greatly, and it's because this whole thing, Pride is astroturfed. It's literally astroturfed. You just showed us how. I mean, you have a massive corporation putting out propaganda for a children's TV show, showing a bunch of hands in a rainbow, this and that. It's very clear that this is backfiring. And by the way, the trans movement set the gay rights movement.
This is so stupid. It's fucking Sesame Street. Sesame Street has always been about let's accept everybody, let's love everybody. And like you're sitting here like, oh, it's fucking up society. It's backfire. Bro, it's fucking Sesame Street. It's fucking Sesame Street. Go home, bro. You've lost the plot.
Back 20 years or more. You can't convince us, Parker, even if you're attracted to men who you call women, that the rest of us need to call them women or men. Like they either are or they aren't.
Is this not changing the topic?
You have been trying to convince people forever that there's no way to distinguish these things. It's like, look, the average normal person, they can tell that these guys who go out and go, hey, how you doing? My name is Chuck, with long hair, are clearly not women, Parker. Like, we know this. And so what happens is you guys gaslight
It's just
everybody
so
and try to
stupid.
pretend
This would
that,
be
hey,
so easy This would be like so easy if the far left was just okay with saying like, yeah, we recognize they're not like sex biological women, but like we also, you know, like we believe in letting people live the kind of life they want to live. And then their argument fucking falls away because their whole argument is on what's a woman? What's a woman?
You just can't really know. It's too vague. It's, you know, we can't really get to the meat potatoes here. It's like, you know, we do know, Parker, and you have not been able to successfully, with your TikTok brain, convince people that men can be women and women can be men. You haven't done that. And that's one of the reasons that you see Pride falling behind, is because of all of this gaslighting. People are rejecting it.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track quickly. They say the IRS is applying enforcement pressure at levels they've never seen before. But even after the deadline, it's not too late to take control. The consultation is completely free. Acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Listen up. If you've been injured in a recent car accident, what you do next can make or break how much money you get. Here's the biggest mistake I see people making after a car accident: talking to insurance companies or rushing to an attorney right away. This can
Let's move.
All sorts of stances out there, like Kosowski Sedgwick's homosexuality or Judith Butler's performativity as it applies to gender, but more radical feminists very strongly objected to those. So they refuse to use them, and this remains as the only argument they can make, and they get their asses kicked. It's really stupid, dude. Just like their argument is so one note. It's all based upon this idea that people aren't accepting that trans people are not biologically women, essentially. And the thing is, like, nobody believes that they are biologically women. But nobody's going to say it either. They're just not going to say it. And you could disarm their whole argument if you just were like, yeah, we know that, but we're just trying to let people live their lives, right? Freedom, America, freedom, inclusivity.
Move on to another subject.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Well, very quickly, yeah.
So one, I'm not saying that men can be women. We're making the claim that trans women are women and trans men are men, right? That's a separate claim from the original claim about Pride. I do want to address the claim specifically about Pride and how we're addressing like how people are negatively impacted, and as a society, we want to address this in terms of this. So
no, hit that harder, Parker. Push them harder. Be like, no, we're not saying that at all. I don't believe that. But you can't come out strongly like that. But if you did, that would take a lot of the air out from their arguments. You need to push them on that because that's where they're going to keep attacking you.
The likelihood of people being harmed or negatively impacted or not accepted in these communities. That's the point of Pride in these conditions, right? Just because it is the case that issues have existed to a greater extent in the past doesn't mean that we don't have an issue to address today, right? In terms of Pride, right? Like addressing that we should have acceptance of gay people. We should have acceptance of people in the LGBTQ plus community. So
yeah, isn't it counterintuitive though, Parker, to say
like to add one
clearly it's backfiring. Like it seems like it's counterintuitive. If you push the propaganda that hard,
it's backfiring.
Yeah, it's backfiring.
Let me bring in Danny. Let me bring in Danny. Let Danny have a say.
Yeah, right. I want to highlight that what the corporations do, right? I might agree with you. Some of them sell out for Pride, right? They, it's marketable. I might agree with you, but Pride is way more than just what the corporations do. It's how people identify with their sexuality and, kind of anti-bullying agenda. That's very important and central to Pride. Whatever the corporations do, if they sell out, they sell out. But you can still have Pride, whatever they do.
Yeah, you can have Pride, but why do you have to have all the commercialization behind it?
It's not organic, Danny. This is not
anti-bullying is inherently
organically. This is not organically people coming together anymore to force this. This is a bunch of NGOs which go to corporations.
If you were actually Christian, you would be
this.
in support of Pride. If you were actually Christian, you'd be in support of Pride because you'd be
What's-
okay
oh,
with
yeah?
accepting people.
Is there a cardinal
right?
sin
Yeah,
called
that's what
pride?
Jesus said.
Is there a cardinal sin called
Wait,
pride?
it's not
Parker?
pride in a literal sense. It's pride specifically
Yeah,
in the
you
sense
know,
of
Actually, a very good
accepting
point.
people.
Pride is a sin.
Sense, pride.
Why are you celebrating
I'm
sin?
not- It's not.
Yeah,
pride
you're
in a literal
celebrating
sense.
sin. Literally, what are you talking about?
That's so stupid. They don't
Misunderstanding. It's
believe
not
in
pride
those
in a literal sense.
concepts.
It's
Why
pride
would you
in the
even
sense
ask them
specifically
that
where we're
question?
accepting people specifically for being gay, right?
Why are
For
you
being
letting
gay.
them ask you that
That's
question,
what
Parker?
Christianity does tell you to do
proud
that.
of it, right?
Christianity tells you to
they're
love
proud of it.
everyone and tells you to.
Bro,
accept
I'm not a
people.
fucking Christian. Why would I care about what you guys consider to be sins? I don't give a shit.
You have to have a
That's what you
basis
should be
for
saying,
virtue
Parker.
versus vice. Christianity is a virtue vice ethic, and your whole ethos is to defend your own personal vices because your ethics are all purely subjective. You have
you
no
proud to be a
basis for
Christian,
rights
Jay?
other
Are you proud to
than
be a
what you
Christian?
say is the case.
Jay, are you proud to be a Christian?
Sure.
Oh, that's a sin.
That's
Pride.
an equivocation.
Oh,
I didn't make
get
the
'em.
argument. I didn't make the
I mean, look,
argument. That's an equivocation.
We're not talking about the cardinal
What's
sin.
an
We're talking about
equivocation
the sense of
fallacy?
Pride. We're talking about the sense of pride that matters, to your identity, who you are, Christian.
I said virtue
gay,
vice
straight.
ethic, and you used an argument from equivocation. It's two different uses
No,
of the word.
no, you're equivocating.
that's what
You
people
brought
are
up the
We're
word.
debate petoing. Here we
I
go.
didn't say that pride
Here we
is-
go.
is
Respectfully, wasn't that exactly what you guys were doing when I said that pride wasn't used in a literal sense, but then you guys equivocated and said that we were.
I didn't make that argument. Andrew made that argument. I said you don't
So
have
Andrew
a
made a
basis
mistake.
for virtue
So
or
Andrew
vice.
made a mistake. So Andrew made a mistake.
I said you don't have a basis for virtue or
No,
vice.
we were basing this around the idea that Parker said. What Parker said specifically here was, well, wait a second.
Yeah,
if you're a Christian,
true.
you should be all about this. And it's like, no, not really. And you haven't really demonstrated how. Why, Parker? Why is it that we need to support homosexuality as Christians, Parker? Tell us why.
You don't. You just
Well, I
have
was
to
saying that you
leave
should
them
be
alone.
loving of
You
your
don't have to
neighbor as you're
support them.
referencing specifically people, right? Human beings.
Oh, Parker, no. You say you don't have to support anything. This is America. It's a free country. You are free not to be gay. You are not free to tell other people what to do. Plain and simple. That's how it goes. You don't have to support dog shit, but you can't tell other people how to live their lives. Period.
Does that mean we have to
That's
support
having boundaries.
homosexuality? Why do we have to support homosexuality?
I'm saying that you have to be accepting of people who are homosexual.
Why
Because
do
you
we
are
need
Christian.
to support homosexuality, Parker?
Okay, we're not saying you need to support like engaging in gay intercourse. We're saying that you need to support people who are gay as they are people created in the image of God.
Why do we need to support them? Why do we
People
need to
created in
support
the image of
them
God.
in things that we consider sinful? You want us to support sin?
Wait,
No,
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
have
you
to do any of that.
necessarily
You just have to
support
let
sin.
them live
I'm
their
saying you're
lives.
supporting the person who engages in sin the same way you're a sinner, and that you engage in sin, yet you should be
yeah.
supported.
So when homosexuals come to the church and they reject homosexuality, they're no longer acting in that way. They are accepted.
they're not
in the church. What are you
rejected- they're not
talking about?
rejected- Wait, by
It's
the way,
an
nothing
action,
in the
it's not
Bible
an
says that
identity.
being.
So there's
wait,
a
being
vice
gay,
virtue
exactly.
ethic that they're not understanding. It's not an identity, it's a vice.
Wait,
Well,
hold on, so
look,
being-
I want to bring this. I
being
want to
gay
bring
is
the
different
pride
from
bit to an end.
engaging
We're
in
going to
gay
move on
It's
to the
a
last topic.
vice.
All I would say is,
Fuck
I
off,
absolutely
bro.
do not think homosexuality is a sin. I completely respect everyone's right to have any sexuality they like. I just don't see the point in spending a whole month allowing companies to virtue signal their way into making tons of money out of it. I just think it's the grasping commercialization of sexuality that I find so objectionable.
Is your issue just how long? You just want a week or a day? Like, what do you? Is that the
If
issue?
you want to
for
have
length?
a pride day, fine. But why a month? Goes on
Wait, does it
and
matter
on
if
and
it's a
on.
month or a day?
Huh?
Wait,
What does it
couldn't
matter if it's a month
corporations?
or a day?
Well, if it's a day, it's a day longer than I get as a straight guy. I mean, what about me? Where's my day?
Are you bullied for being straight?
You don't have the same issues.
I get bullied all the time. I've been bullied on social media all day.
Not for being straight. No.
All right, let's move on. I want to play a clip from Joe Rogan. I'm going to start with you, Jay, on this.
Oh boy.
This is Joe Rogan talking about the R word.
It's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it. We were just talking about that.
It's back,
The
dude.
word
It's
retarded is back, and it's one of the great.
It is back.
culture
Let's go.
victories.
Based Joe Rogan. Rare based Joe Rogan moment. They are getting their asses kicked. And it's not even that hard either. Like, these are really easy arguments to step around and give them answers that they're not expecting, but like they can't get out of the dialogue tree. They cannot get out of the dialogue tree. Oh, look who decided to show up right at the end of the stream. Oh, no, I feel bad. You missed Casper. Casper was here. Oh, transcript from Tiny's thing is temporarily sealed until the judge rules on it. Yeah. Yup.
That I think is spurred on probably by podcast.
EasyCater is your business tool for food. The best place to order restaurant catering for your work.
Now, Jay, is it a great moment, a great cultural victory that the R word is back, which obviously is short for, it's retarded, it's mentally retarded, it's for people who are mentally impaired. It was used in a derogatory way against people who are mentally impaired. Why would that be a cultural victory to bring that back?
Well, I'm a big fan of the R word because I myself act retarded.
Oh no, I'm gonna be on the side of these two fucking idiots. No! No! I don't want to be on their side on this one.
Proud of it. In fact, I would actually probably get retarded tattooed across my back because I think it is a cultural victory. I'd love to be able to say what's on my mind. I think, yeah, I mean, well, these guys are retarded as an example. So we have panelists that are retarded. So yeah, I love the R word. I'm rated R totally. And I think that it's a freeing thing. It's a way to express the way we express things in the 80s and the 90s without problem. Like, you can go watch Bill Murray comedy movies and they're great because
but people used to hang on, people used to use the N word, 30, 40 years ago, right? But
I champion all the comedians
that became something that was taboo.
Piers has a problem with retarded.
To be very offensive to black people. The R
but I
word,
don't think it is.
the use of the R word is deemed to be very offensive to people who are genuinely mentally impaired. And they don't like
He's making a soy face, like he's like freaking out over there.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I'm sorry. You just said it's justified
there's a
for
difference
people to say
between
the
taboo
N-word?
and what's
He's so
wrong,
upset.
really wrong. I don't equate the two.
All right,
Taboos are not
Parker,
equated.
your
to
response.
what's wrong.
So here's my question. Do you think that Jesus would say the N-word, and do you think Jesus would say the R slur?
Jesus does say jokes and slurs in the Gospels. Yes, he talks about.
So Jesus would say the R slur and the N-word.
Is he calling Jesus a racist?
Yeah, he calls
would
people
say
dogs.
the N-word and the R slur.
He
That's
calls
not
people
the same
dogs,
thing as the N-word and the
with a
R slur.
reference to you guys' vice.
Parker, do people in your friendship group ever
this
use
guy's
the R word?
this guy is retarded,
never.
actually, though.
It's just a taboo word.
Yes, I think it's incredibly wrong to use. You shouldn't use it.
People in your friend group use the N-word.
Can I
But
please
out of
respond?
interest, Parker, what is your rationale personally for not using it?
I think it's incredibly harmful. In the same way that we don't use other sorts of slurs because they're harmful,
Okay.
I think that we
If your
shouldn't use this word
arguments
because it's harmful.
Hurt my feelings. Should you not argue?
So,
The
no,
guy on the
specifically,
left
we're saying it
acted
meets
like
the
a little
threshold
shit.
of
Parker
harm,
actually
right?
was decent against Jordan Peterson.
Because the R slur and the
Whose threshold?
my threshold, my
Your
threshold
So
is
it's
arbitrary.
subjective. That's a subjective
Yeah, we're
argument.
ta-
Thank you.
we're
So it's
ta-
only
we're
your
ta- we're
personal
ta-
subjective
Wait,
taste.
we're obviously we're
If
talking
it's
about
your
under
personal
my.
subjective
Can I
taste,
please
then it can
finish?
also be
Can I
mine.
please
Okay,
finish?
well
Can I
then,
please
Parker,
finish?
it doesn't
Sure.
reach our
Finish the bad
threshold,
argument.
Parker.
All right,
It
Andrew.
doesn't reach our
fine. That
threshold,
would be.
Parker.
I understand, Andrew. That would be your perspective on the matter. But given my perspective, I would say that meets my threshold. Are you saying it's okay to use the N-word,
And
Andrew?
it's subjective, and it doesn't work as an argument.
Wait,
Andrew,
Jay,
is
why
it
do you
okay
think
to-
people that
Andrew,
wait, I
Andrew,
have to ask
hold
you,
on,
why
hold
do
on.
you think
Yeah. Parker. Is it ever okay to use the word retard?
No. Is it okay for you to use the N-word?
Is it even okay to use the word retard to reference the word retard?
I think it's wrong to use it in general. Can you please use
Can you answer my question, and then I'll answer yours, I promise.
I said it's
Is
wrong.
it okay
I said
to
it's wrong.
refer to the word
No.
retard if you're explaining the word retard?
Say R slur.
So
Well-
you can't. Okay, so you
well-
can't even use. So just the word itself. Okay, so here's the thing that's so funny
So
about
cringe,
this, right? It's like
dude.
ultimately when we say
Am I able to ask
These
you a
guys
question?
make us look so
so I wouldn't
cringe,
use the
dude.
N-word. Here's why. When I say that if somebody says the
It should
N-word,
be
what ends
tiny
up
on this
ultimately happening- There's
panel.
not really too much in the way of equivocation there. Retard is not actually referring to retarded people, though. Basically, ever.
Nobody
ever says it, Parker, to refer to
That was
somebody
the
who's
dude who
actually
pissed
retarded.
Jordan Peterson off in the
99%.
debate.
Wait, if
and was
hold
like,
on, if you're
I'm
using
done
N-word
with
to
him.
Refer to a white person, it's still wrong. Would you use the N-word to refer to a white person?
I mean, in some circumstances, I think that you can use it in a comedic sense. That's hilarious. Sure.
You think white people using the N-word is okay in any circumstance?
Yeah, comedic senses especially. I think it's fine.
That's disgusting as fuck. You're doing
That's
oh my
pretty
God,
gross
dude.
too,
Oh,
bro.
Is that an argument?
Subjective basis.
Is
There's no
that an
basis.
argument, Parker?
Wait, me calling something disgusting because I think it goes against my
Oh,
moral
you think it's
intuition?
disgusting?
What's
Okay,
the
right.
argument?
Homosexuality is
That's
disgusting because
Am I
it
able to
goes against my
finish?
moral
All right, let me bring
intuitions.
in Danny.
Can I respond?
Hang on. Hang on. Let me bring in Danny.
The
This is
Sweet
what
Life of
NBC
Gupperoonie.
said. NBC News when they covered the return.
Oh
of the
no,
R&B in the
Daniel!
comedy world for years.
Oh,
Only recently
buddy,
has the
and you
word
just
disgusting
came
become
in too.
more normalized. That is fueled in no small part by a sense that
Unfortunate.
the tide has turned both culturally and politically against those
It's
who can
true.
keep
I
the
wouldn't
out
have
of the popular
noticed if it
lexicon.
wasn't for
But
Cosmic.
The battle lines are not as clear as one might think. And there's no doubt that's true. I mean, what is your view about
Hands
it?
are tied, bud.
I mean, we got to
Hands are
remind ourselves
tied.
why people like us are against use of the R word, and especially in public places.
Yeah.
Because, it was a term.
Hey,
that
don't
I
tempt him
believe
with a
a
good
technical
time,
term for
bro.
Mentally disabled people, and we don't want to demean those people or accidentally offend people that have children or relatives or friends that are mentally disabled, right? And so it has that connotation. Unlike the word dog, when Jesus used the term dog, right? There's no such connotation.
Yeah,
right?
Jesus
We
was
don't
just
have to
like, yo, my dog. What's up, my dog?
be reminded of why it's considered to be a slur, right? I mean, it's like you forgot.
The only bigger
Ah.
waste of time than having a meeting is reading the recap email. Until
Yeah, but
is
so is
made
like
up.
the word.
This is
So is the
not
word
true.
moron.
This is made up.
So is the word moron. The word moron had a really negative societal connotation, and it still does. And people use it all the time, just in lieu of the word retard. They'll just say you're
Right,
a
but that's
moron
a-
instead of you're a retard.
The
It's like
R word is more
you're
recent.
hang on,
I think
hang on.
that matters.
You're begging. Hang on. You're picking
arbitrary.
and choosing. Yeah, you're picking and choosing which thing to be selectively offended by. You're not. I don't. So like, let me ask you guys this honestly.
It's
I want you guys
disgusting
to
for
answer me
Parker to
fucking
say
honestly.
retarded is the same as.
Does the word
It's
retard
nowhere near the
actually
same.
offend you?
Yes, it is
Yes,
nowhere near
yes.
the
I
same.
think it's fucked
You,
up for you to
Danny,
use. I've been
does
very
it actually
clear. It's
offend you,
fucked up.
Danny, when somebody says
Yes.
the word
He'd
Wait a minute.
probably
Yeah,
say
yeah.
it's
So-
less
so
bad
when
than the
Zach
K
Galifianakis-
word because
Places,
Athena has
So Zach
affected his
Galifianakis-
mind. By the way, Daniel, I was watching earlier the video of the TikTok Destiny chat, and it showed like the screen of the TikTok live, and it was Athena who came in at the end. We were right. That was her. I was so bummed that he didn't stick around. I really want to see Athena try to deal with like Tiny's fucking insane energy. Because he's going to like call her retarded and she's going to clutch pearls. Oh, I need to see that. I need to see that happen.
Marcus does some when he does comedy and he does a movie and he makes a joke and says retort. Is that also bad?
I'm confused the context of what you're referencing. Is he specifically trying to
No, wait a
refer to
minute.
the
Now, so
R
now
slur? If he is,
context
then yes.
matters. So now the
Yeah, he's
context
trying to
matters.
allude to the word retard.
I don't. Okay, then yes, that's wrong.
Yes, that's wrong.
Parker,
I thought
grow
you
a
were
set of
like-
fucking
I thought-
cojones,
Reference to
bro.
another word now is wrong.
Oh my
So
god.
specifically, in terms of the one I thought you were referencing like someone responding to an argument. I thought the particular term that you
No,
were using.
Zach Galifianakis in a comedy movie saying retort
I
as a
understand.
joke instead of retard.
So if your
Yeah, and
friend
I think
says
that's
to
incredibly
Parker,
fucked up to use.
Okay, so now also any word that
True.
refers to the word retard is
True.
now wrong, like moron.
I think if you're intentionally specifically trying to use a word right in place.
I prefer to
specifically of the
say
R slur,
maroon.
specifically as to create the same type of outcome as the R slur.
So any
and I do
word
think
that could
in
refer to that word is
particular
now wrong.
intention. I think that particular intention would.
So you can't
definitely
say
be
the word
wrong.
moron. So now you
Right,
can't
you can't say the word moron.
You don't necessarily have that intention. It doesn't meet
So
the
And they're so
threshold of harm as well.
fucking cucked by their audience that they just, you know, they guzzle the guzz.
spiraling into insanity because
That's not.
purely
I gave two
subjective.
conditions to separate it. I gave two conditions.
Who's-
Wait, it being
your
subjective is not a
conditions are
critique.
arbitrary,
Wait,
they're
wait,
made
wait,
up.
wait. It being
They're
subjective is not a
subjective.
critique. That's not a critique against
Yes,
the
it
view.
is. Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. How is that a critique?
Yes, it is. If something's purely subjective, then I can come with all the same claims with all the same force and there's no way to resolve the two. That's why purely subjective arguments fail.
That's not true. That doesn't mean we still don't construct morality within our own frameworks and have opinions on what that is. That's just stupid. This argument that subjectivity means, oh, nothing matters, blah, 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 because it's subjective, is not the way it plays out in real life. It's just a dumb fucking argument. The origins of your morality doesn't mean your morality is any less important. It's fucking stupid.
Particularly between the moral disagreement of me and you isn't a critique particularly of my perspective.
Then you can't say anything is morally wrong. There's no ought from an is.
Wait, I can say something is morally wrong under my perspective. You're misunderstanding subjective morality.
You're not getting
yes.
You can't tell me why it's wrong morally, objectively, if I can also counter it.
Can I ask you this question? Do you think that morality is true dependent upon God's stance or independent of God's stance?
Ultimately, it's grounded in God.
Okay, so it's subjective.
God is the subject. Yeah, God
No, that's not a subjective argument. The argument.
Wait, God is a
the argument is
subject.
that it's objective.
God's
the
a
fact that a
subjective.
person
Wait,
makes an argument doesn't make the argument subjective. Your argument
God
is
a
pure
subject.
subjectivism.
Is God a
Two
subject?
different things. It's a category error.
Is God a
How's
subject?
that a category error?
It's two different categories. A subjective argument for
We're
ethics
we're
is
two different people too, right?
different than a person who's a subject making an argument. Those are two different.
The point is that God is a
categories.
subject; he's not an object, right? We're
And,
subjects.
you know,
right? We
technically they're saying that, I mean, that's kind of an argument, but that's more of like a shitty gotcha. Because technically the idea is that God is like an ultimate being and what he says is like ultimate. So that would be an argument for an objective morality. But it is a fun way to see them kind of trip over themselves a little bit.
morality in terms of God. In fact,
You're equivocating again.
Look, can we bring this back to the point
God
here?
doesn't
Hold on,
No, you want to run away.
No, you can't.
Wait, God having his particular view on morality is no different than me having my view because we're both subjects.
The argument
I
is
know,
that
it's disgusting.
What is it, Jay? What is the
It's
subject?
disgusting.
Jay, what is the subject?
You're equivocating on the fact
What
that
is
a
the subject?
subject is making an argument versus the
do you
argument
think
being
object is?
subjective.
So their
Wait,
argument
I
is
asked-
based on a
category error.
semantical
Jay.
interpretation of what the word subjective means, but their belief in God is higher than like the language or the subjectivity, and the idea is that, you know, the way God creates morality, it's inherent to the universe, which would make it objective. So this is fun. It's a fun little argument to have, but technically that's not the argument you make.
Jay, I
This
asked
is
you
like
if it's
talking
true.
to children.
I asked you.
It's a
I asked-
category.
The argument you make is you show that this supposed objective morality has changed over time, right? And then you say, well, it can't be objective if it's changed over time because it's changed over time. If it were objective, it would be objective through all time. God would know everything that's going to happen, and he would understand what morality is and set it that way. But no, there are rules that got overturned. Now, you can make excuses for why that is, but an omnipotent, all-knowing being is going to know, that sets an objective morality, is going to understand what that morality is from the very beginning of when he sets it, and not arbitrarily change it, you know, 2,000-ish years ago, well, like 1,800, 1,900 years ago, whenever the fuck, on a fucking whim because one guy fucking died. Like, that's stupid.
I gave you the youth throw dilemma. I asked you if it's true dependent upon a stance or independent of a stance. You said it's dependent upon God's stance. That's subjective by definition.
I said that the argument for Christian ethics is not a subjectivist ethic, and because God is a subject, it doesn't make the system subjective. That's an equivocation
What do you think
error on
subjective
your
means,
part.
Jay? What is subjective?
This is bad argument, Jeans. This retard was actually smart enough to know that.
What is subjective?
Purely
mean?
relative to the individual.
Okay, is God an individual?
True dependent upon a stance.
Is God an individual?
That doesn't mean that the ethic is subjective. It's
Just
an
answer the
objective
question.
ethic. You're
Is
just
God an
rephrasing.
individual?
You're substituting the word individual for subject.
I'm asking you if God is an individual.
you
Yes
did.
or no, Howard?
That doesn't mean that the ethics is subjective.
Yes
That's
or
a
no?
system.
This guy is
Who's
too
running that? Is God an
aggressive.
individual?
Chill, bro. You don't need to get all fucking
Let me
angry.
bring Andrew.
This is a
Andrew, you wanted
basic
to.
mistake.
Andrew, you wanted to get in here.
Jay's getting cooked, so he's
what
got
were
to
you
get
gonna
him
say?
out. Jay's getting cooked.
You're making a dumb
Dodge the
mistake of
question.
language.
Hang on. Let Andrew come in, please.
Yeah, so I mean,
This is true.
This is kind of
Yes. It's a classic presuppositionalist Christian belief. The presupposition is that God sets the rules, right? That's what makes it objective. And yes, everyone who doesn't believe the way he does in the Christian religion is going to hell.
Obfuscating from the point. What does any of that have to do with the point of retard? So, and
He
you being
brought up
offended by
subjective
the word.
morality. Are you listening?
Yeah, hang.
What?
Can you hang on? I'm talking to Parker, not you, Danny. Calm down.
I'm
Wait,
talking
you've
to
been
you
cutting
both,
people
right?
off this whole
I
time.
don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand, Parker. When a friend of yours comes over and he says something to you like you're in private, and he's like, "Hey, hand me that," and he tosses it and you miss it, and he goes, "You retard." You literally stop the kind. You go, "Don't say that. It's very offensive." Do you say that? It's very offensive. I really don't like it when you say. Do you dress him down, Parker? If you have someone who calls you a retard in a friendly way.
I'm sorry. My mic cut out, so I couldn't hear you.
I want to post something to Andrew.
If you have a friend, shut up, Danny. If you have a friend, Parker, and your buddy comes over and he like tosses you something and you drop it and he's like, you retard, you dress him down? Do you go,
I don't know
"I
this
can't
one.
believe
This
I
guy
would
was
say you
new to
can't-"
me in the Jordan Peterson debate, but he pissed off Jordan Peterson, and so Jordan Peterson was like, "I'm done with him." And then Parker get a job. Like he's big TikTok debate bro. He's like one of the big TikTok debate bros. He's one of the microaggression scandal guys. Him and Dean Withers.
Be a
I would say that's
retard.
wrong.
Why?
Yes.
That's
I would like to
hurting
say
other
something now to
people's
Renee's
feelings.
response. I would
But
like to
who's
say something.
around?
Yes, I would say
Parker,
that.
but who's around to be
It's
Parker?
not hard
Who's
to
around to be
understand Parker's
offended
position.
except
Just let
you?
him talk.
Who's
I'd like
around
to
to be
talk,
offended
right?
but you?
That
Parker?
I would like
doesn't
to ask
change
Andrew
whether or
a
not I
question.
think it's wrong.
Yeah, so
All
I
right,
don't understand.
let Danny respond. Danny?
I want to give Andrew a hypothetical. Suppose there's this unknown society where if you show this signal, everyone's extremely offended. They'll get very angry, like people get angry at
Bro,
the typical.
Weak, bro. Look at him struggling. Look at him struggling to hold the Vulcan salute. What a loser, bro. What a loser. Boom. This is how it's done, bro.
Slurs like the N-word, right? Would you
Weak.
go around?
That is weak fucking Vulcan salute. He's like,
Around just
Sign
doing
for
this?
logic. The Vulcan sign for logic.
Did he just say the Vulcan sign for logic? No, you're a loser too, Andrew. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you, you loser, cuck, soy ass, bitch ass motherfucking hoe. Vulcan sign for logic? Eat all of my cock, bro. It means live long and prosper. What a fucking loser.
Do you understand the hypothetical?
What? Are you
Do
posing
you
a
understand the
hypothetical?
hypothetical? So imagine
No,
you go
I
to
don't.
a
Can you use
society where
really
this
small?
is-
Can you use really small words, bro?
Okay.
I mean, I'm no twink. When I get up there, I'll have the based, bald, bearded, fucking conservative man look.
Imagine a hypothetical, right, where you're going to a society you don't know about, but all you know is if you do this.
I'm
right,
imagining
it's
a
heavily frowned
hypothetical?
upon. Let me finish. You didn't understand the
Oh, okay.
hypothetical, so I'm having to repeat it. So let me finish.
Yeah, repeat
If
it. Use small
Let's
words.
say this is extremely. Let's say this signal is extremely offensive in that society. Really offends people. Would you go around just doing this to troll people, or would you not do it?
I would definitely tell him to live long and prosper, bro.
Okay, you're just not.
So why did you say the Vulcan sign for logic if you knew what it was, you absolute colossal retard? Did you like look it up there or something? Or did you say, oh, I fucked up. Oh no. It's actually live long and prosper.
Engaging in the hypothetical. You're not.
Fuck off, Andrew. It was disrespectful. Disrespectful.
Serious person.
What do you
I'm
mean?
trying to
That is
illustrate
serious.
Is that what I'm trying to illustrate is that if a term really offends a friend of someone, right, or if you're or a family member or something like that,
Yeah.
why would you use the term but to piss them
The
off?
trouble is that we've got to a place in our society
trouble is-
where the language police are now so out of control that we can't even use. we can't
Wait,
even
what,
use the
bro?
word-
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like, these guys are soy and fucking cucked and everything. But if anything, it's gone in the other direction, Pierce. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, we are definitely swinging back in the other direction. Way more people are speaking more freely, saying more offensive things and jokes and shit like that, and it's becoming sort of acceptable again. So, like, you're living in Delulu land if you think that's getting worse. Yeah, these fucking cucks here are being soy, but the idea that somehow, like, we are where we were, like, what, in 2016, 2017, 2018, when it comes to that kind of shit, nowhere close, dude. We just showed a video earlier. Retard is back. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
In hospitals, mother, because somebody who is a trans person, trans man, who's having a baby, objects to the word mother. And that's the problem with language police, is that if there's no natural societal limitation to it, it's never ending. Somebody somewhere will always be offended by a word somewhere. And at the moment in society, it's like there are 1,000 words that upset people. That's my problem with it.
And Danny, what do you do in that same hypothetical if
let me
half the
respond.
people mean it a different way?
Parker, you wanted to respond to that?
No, I want to respond to this particular point. Christians get oftentimes very angry about specific terms you use, whether it be in the context of their particular beliefs, whether it be transubstantiation.
Yeah, God forbid you have a cup that doesn't have Christmas shit on it. God forbid you have a blank red fucking cup. Oh! Those soy lefties would get offended and call Spock Zionist. And they knew the origin. Leonard Nimoy made the Vulcan salute for when he was at synagogue as a young boy. It's a Jewish priestly blessing based on the Hebrew alphabet letter Shin. This is true. I didn't even think about that. That's so true. Everybody on this panel is a fucking retard, dude. This is the worst. This is the worst. Including you, Piers. You're dumbass. All y'all are being stupid. All of you guys can catch the smoke. You guys are being soy and making bad arguments. You guys are retarded and annoying and, like, purposefully offensive to people, even though you don't need to be. And you're just fucking peers.
Calling them a cannibal specifically under their view, if it is the case that they think it's the actual like body and blood of Christ that they're eating specifically within and drinking within communion, right? That us calling them a cannibal, they get really, really angry with, or us blaspheming the Holy Spirit, they get really angry with.
And you don't seem to care about doing that, do you?
They're no, I don't. They're the tone police when it comes to that. You guys don't talk. You guys don't talk about that. No, it's not, because I'm not a Christian. I don't hold those perspectives.
Yeah, but that's
hang on. That's okay. Hang on. That is fascinating. So, in other words, you don't mind doing the slur against Andrew over things he cares very passionately about his religion because you don't share his religion. Therefore, you can't offend him. Therefore, you can't offend him.
How is that a slur?
He said, would you use the word cannibal? You said, yeah, you wouldn't care.
That's not a slur. That's not a slur.
Hang on.
It is to him. It is to him.
What?
It's not anything.
A slur was what offended people.
So hang on. So Parker, you decide what. Hang on. Just to be clear, Parker, you are the slur monitor, are you? You decide what isn't a slur, and therefore you,
Parker, just say yes. It'd be so funny if you just said, "Yeah, I'm the slur monitor. Deal with it, bitch." That'd be so fucking funny and based right now, but you're not going to.
What the fuck you like? Long as you have decided it's not a slur. You see the flaw in the argument.
Andrew Wilson's such a
Obviously, we have definitions on what slurs are. I don't know why that's a confusing thing to you. Do you have a definition? Obviously, you have a definition.
I would say saying to a Christian that he's a cannibal because of communion or whatever, I think it's utterly
It's just
offensive.
Catholics too.
You don't, because you don't share the religion. Therefore, you, language monitor Parker, have decided it's not a slur. And so as long as you don't think it's a slur, and this is my problem with your generation, is that you're so easily offended, except when you're offending everybody else.
Yeah, stop
If
being
it genuinely is
offensive.
the case that it leads to a particular level of
That's
harm
true.
that I would
They
say
use
meets my
Zionist
particular
as a
threshold
slur,
of
and
harm,
that's
I would
fucked.
say we shouldn't use that term. All I was doing is describing specifically there are terms and words Christians think are very harmful
Well,
to them. that
cannibalism
they
is a
think we
criminal
should-
offence.
Listen.
Hang
they
on.
think
Parker,
we
there's a
should
lot
be-
more Christians
not-
than
not-
there are
not
Cannibalism
in
is
that
a
sense.
crime.
You're
You're
equivocating.
accusing them of being a criminal.
equivocating. No, actually, you're equivocating because I'm using their own definition of the term cannibal specifically because it is the case that you're equivocating. Because that's not, I don't think it's actually like the body and blood of Christ. So they didn't actually, in a meaningful sense, violate any laws. Does that make sense?
And I don't think I'm actually calling somebody mentally, slow when I say retard either, Parker. So what?
It still meets a particular threshold of harm that I would consider.
Okay, well, it meets a threshold of harm to me when you
personal
call them.
threshold.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
we've
like
got to leave it there.
Parker,
It's been
that's just a
fascinating-
bad argument. They can easily turn that back on you. That's fucking stupid, dude.
Clash of, hang on, no, we got to leave it there. It's been a great clash of cultures. I think we should do this again. I think both sides
Really?
are learning from each other and beginning to
Really,
bond.
Piers?
Thank you all very much.
Come back without the mute button again, Parker.
Okay, you can keep interrupting, buddy. You're so scared.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is...
Okay. Bye, YouTube, you fucking retards. See you next time.